Ozempic and Zepbound, many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
So.
Thanks for being with us. An Iowa family recently celebrated a major baby milestone. Molly and Randall Keene welcomed their son Nash on July 5th, 2024. He was born 133 days early at just 21 weeks gestation. Guinness World Records has officially recognized Nash as the world's most premature baby to survive. Fox News says earlier this month, Nash turned 1. Defying all odds. When he was born at the University of Iowa Healthcare Stead Family Children's Hospital, Nash weighed just 10 ounces and measured about 9 inches long. 2 years before Nash's premature birth, the Keens lost a baby girl, McKinley, at 18 weeks gestation. 6 months later, the Keens found out another baby was on the way. A few days later, Molly began having contractions, creating renewed fear and anxiety. She was placed on bed rest. Fortunately, Molly's care team was able to delay labor until just 10 hours after Nash surpassed the 21-week mark. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Dom Savino, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Deadly New York City shooting.
I heard all these loud bangs. I turned around, all these people were like running.
Gunfire in a Nevada casino.
The suspect produced a handgun and pointed it at a group of victims.
Summer sizzler.
Absolutely
is steaming hot. It is hot.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. New York City police say a gunman walked into an office skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan and started shooting. CBS's Lilia Luciano reports 4 people were killed, including a police officer.
Police say the shooter brazenly walked into the skyscraper with an M4-style rifle and started shooting.
The building's security camera footage shows the shooter enter the lobby, turn right, and immediately open fire on an NYPD officer. He then shoots a woman who took cover behind a pillar and proceeds through the lobby, spraying it with gunfire.
The NYPD commissioner said the gunman made his way to the elevator bank, shooting a security guard.
The shooter then calls the elevator, which opens in the lobby. A female exits that elevator, and he allows her to walk past him unharmed.
Police say he then went to the 33rd floor, home to the real estate company Rudin Management, where he killed one person before he shot himself in the chest.
We believe this to be a lone shooter.
Police have identified the gunman as 27-year-old Shane Tamura. They say he had a documented history of mental health issues. He lived in Las Vegas and drove across country before reaching New Jersey Monday, about 2 hours before the shooting. The motive is still under investigation.
Now to Reno, Nevada, where 3 people were killed, 3 others hurt when a man opened fire in the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford says the suspect was wounded.
We have no reason to believe there is a connection between any of the victims and the suspect, and we have no known motive by the suspect.
Overseas, UN experts warned again today that Gaza is slipping into famine. Yesterday, President Trump urged Israel to get food into Gaza. CBS's Deborah Patta.
The Israeli government faces mounting anger around the world and at home. For nearly 2 years, protesters have demanded a ceasefire deal to bring back hostages still in captivity. This past week, there was a shift, with some demonstrators condemning the starvation of Palestinians as a war crime. The fierce criticism sparked a furious denial from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
There is no starvation in Gaza.
But even his closest ally disagreed.
That's real starvation stuff. I see it. You can't fake that.
Israel accuses Hamas of systematically stealing the supplies, although a U.S. government report found there was no proof of this.
CBS's Scott McFarlane has the latest now on the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is urging the Supreme Court to step in and overturn her sex trafficking conviction on grounds she was unlawfully prosecuted. Her attorney, David Marcus, went a step further, issuing a statement calling President Trump a deal maker, then saying they're appealing to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein's crimes. For the second time in a week, the president refused to rule out a pardon for Maxwell Monday.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it.
Meanwhile, Democrats are criticizing the president for using the word privilege to describe the island where Epstein lived and committed crimes.
I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down.
Extreme heat engulfs the eastern half of the country. Parts of the Northeast could see record temperatures up close to 100. It'll feel like up to 115 in parts of the Mississippi Valley. CBS's Skylar Henry reports the intense heat has forced changes for some young athletes.
The football team at this Atlanta high school shifted practice to start at 6 a.m. to avoid running drills through dangerous heat.
It just really decreases any kind of heat illness.
Athletic director Natasha Harrigan says the school measures the wet bulb globe temperature every 30 minutes to gauge heat stress in the sun.
It's at 93 right now. It's telling us that we need to get off the field.
As readings rise, more safety precautions are taken. Outside Memphis, Tennessee, 16-year-old Joshua Henderson collapsed during his school's football practice earlier this month. He died Saturday after a severe heat stroke.
They were outside in 95-degree weather, running drills and not giving them water until they complete the drill.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The Coast Guard is trying to determine the cause of a barge and sailboat collision near Miami that left 2 children dead. CBS's Christiane Benavides.
A barge collided with a sailboat. 5 children and a camp counselor were on board at the time. All of them were members of the Miami Youth Sailing Foundation, part of a summer camp offered by the Miami Yacht Club. All 6 individuals were thrown into the water, with several reportedly trapped under the barge.
3 rescues.
First responders quickly dove into the water to save them.
Homeland Security arrested a Delta pilot at San Francisco's airport over the weekend on charges linked to child sexual material. Agents boarded the plane after a flight from Minneapolis. Delta says the pilot has been suspended. The New York Times reports Harvard University has signaled a willingness to meet the Trump administration's demand to spend as much as $500 million to end its dispute with the White House. The administration accuses Harvard of civil rights violations. Last week, Columbia University said it would pay $200 million to settle anti-Semitism claims with the White House. A Hall of Famer who was one of baseball's best all-around players in the 1980s and early 90s has died.
Fans and the late Harry Carey called him Rhino. The Chicago Cubs have announced that Ryne Sandberg has died following a battle with prostate cancer. He was 65. Sandberg, born in Spokane, Washington, played in parts of 16 big league seasons, almost entirely with the Cubs, including that game against the Cardinals in June 1984, as seen on MLB.
Sandberg, in the Cubs' last at-bat, has twice delivered a game-tying home run, a solo shot of the night.
Cubs executive chairman Tom Ricketts calls Ryne Sandberg a hero to a generation of Cubs fans. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
Football legend and University of Colorado coach Deion Sanders revealed yesterday he had his cancerous bladder removed and is now cancer-free. Sanders said it was discovered during other medical testing.
Get checked out, because it could have been a whole nother gathering.
Sanders, who turns 58 next month, has had other health issues, including blood clots that led to the amputation of 2 toes. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Trump administration's issued a memo saying federal employees are allowed to encourage coworkers to rethink their religious beliefs.
The Trump administration tells workers they can talk about religion at work, including trying to, quote, persuade others of the correctness of their own religious views. The memo cites civil rights law and the First Amendment, saying, quote, during a break, an employee may engage another in polite discussion of why his faith is correct and why the non-adherent should rethink his religious beliefs. It adds if a person asks that to stop, the employee should honor the request. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
A 55-year-old Texas man who told police he was in an imaginary relationship with WNBA star Caitlin Clark has been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison after pleading guilty to stalking and harassing her. Prosecutors say Michael Lewis sent hundreds of threats and sexually explicit messages to Clark. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Tuesday morning, it's 5:10. I'm Scott Carty on KIRO News Radio. Well, the lights are almost back on for some Peninsula Light Company customers after a rollover accident wiped out a power pole late Monday. More than 6,000 customers were without electricity throughout Kitsap County, and crews have been working all night to get to service again. Now just 2,400 customers waiting near Lake Bay and Long Branch. Peninsula Light Company last estimated full restoration by 6 a.m., just in time for your coffee pot to kick back on. This morning, we expect to hear more about why a Lake Washington School District employee was arrested by ICE. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon with more.
Fernando Rocha works as a theater manager at Juanita High School in Kirkland. ICE arrested him, saying that he didn't have the proper visa. But the school district says that it's got all the necessary paperwork to employ him. Rocha's first hearing is set for 10:30 this morning.
A bomb scare for Frontier Airlines passengers departing SEA on Monday. Crew members found threatening notes. So upon landing in Denver, passengers were greeted by police and the bomb squad. The FBI says the threat was not serious. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman with more.
We did reach out to Frontier for more on the investigation. A spokesperson sent us this statement saying, in part, a security sweep of the aircraft resulted in no findings of concern, and the aircraft has been released back to service. Passengers were then, of course, transferred to a terminal via bus to be reunited with their luggage and continue with their travels. We also reached out to SEA here about what happened since the flight came from Seattle and went to Denver. A spokesperson says since it didn't happen here, they don't have a comment at this time.
A dramatic chase in Puyallup Monday almost saw the suspect's car crash into one woman's house. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
A domestic violence suspect running from police, ramming at least one patrol car to avoid capture. Police say the guy behind the wheel had a gun and was assaulting his girlfriend on East Pioneer and South Meridian. At least one Puyallup cruiser was banged up. Officers successfully pit maneuvered the vehicle at the Washington State Fairgrounds. The driver was arrested on a list of charges.
That man is 44 years old. Fittingly for police, it all ended outside the Blue Gate. Puyallup police say the woman's head was bleeding and needed medical attention. Snohomish County prosecutors say a 66-year-old man was stabbed to death over just a few bucks. That happened in March. Elle Thomas with an update on more.
Andrew Elliott was questioned by police the night of the stabbing, but was released. And just last Friday, authorities arrested him, booked him into jail. Another man, Keith Stewart, was also arrested in the case. Police say they thought the victim had a lot of money. It was instead $8.
Prosecutors say surveillance footage and DNA evidence tie both men to the scene. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, things are looking nice and green and wide open, but we know that's going to change at any moment, very quickly. Of course, Sully will keep you updated throughout the morning. Right now, Issaquah to Seattle, 19 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, the usual 37. And Everett to Seattle, 31. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. Sunny and 84 today. Yesterday was fantastic. Today's going to be even a little bit toastier. Wednesday, we'll actually see some clouds here and there and a high of 82. And buckle up, brace yourself. A 20% chance of scattered showers Thursday and a high of 77. Coming up, it's Crime and Punishment, our weekly chat and check-in with Casey McNerthney at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Scott Carty, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit Pfizerforall.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top-quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low-maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars. And our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now while the timing is right. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett, where we make owning a new Kia simple, easy, and fun. Visit Kia of Everett at kiaofeverett.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's time for Crime and Punishment with Casey McNerthany of the King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, happy Monday. Good morning.
It's good to see you, Amanda.
You have some relatively good news about gun violence this morning.
I do, yeah. Usually I come in here and it's a little bit of a downer with all the crime news.
Yeah.
But I've got some good news for you.
Do tell.
Every time that there's a shooting in King County or the report of shots fired, the police track that and then they send it to our office at the King County Prosecutor's Office. And we find those trends. And for this last quarter, April through June, was the best second quarter that we've seen in 5 years.
Wow.
And so we're not out of the woods yet. There's of course always work to do, but in terms of gun violence, this is the best we've seen in 5 years.
Do we know why?
It's a lot of things. Nationally the numbers are going down, but there's, in Kent especially, there's been some great partnerships. And then, what Lisa Mannion as the King County prosecuting attorney would say is there's the two-prong approach of making sure to work with law enforcement and then doing several other things in addition to that, in addition to bringing folks to court, of making sure that you reach out to people who are in the police reports and who are close to gun violence. So that way, as best you can, they're not involved with it again or not a victim or, in a case, because once you're around that, you're much more likely to be a part of it again. Here's a clip from Lisa explaining the approach.
We have to partner with law enforcement to identify the individuals who are causing harm in our community and bring necessary accountability. And we can do that in a way that is responsible and appropriate. We also can use data to identify the individuals who are close to gun violence and partner with community to intervene before those individuals become victims or perpetrators of harm.
What kind of trends are we seeing when it comes to gun violence?
Usually what we're seeing is there's a small group of people who are involved in a lot of incidents. And sometimes that's gang related, sometimes it's not. Whether you're in a gang or not, if there's evidence to charge you with a gun crime, you can expect to go to court. There's not a gang enhancement, and so really it in a way it doesn't matter because of course we're going to look at that, and if there's evidence of that, it will likely come up in court. But whether you're in a gang or whether you want to be in a gang or whether you're not, the penalties are still the same. You can still expect to go to court, but here's David Baker, who's our data expert at the King County Prosecutor's Office, talking about what he sees in the data around social groups.
And the research has been pretty clear for a long time that a lot of gun violence is within these social networks. And as far as the particular causes and individual incidents, that can vary, but we see deep connections between individuals, for instance, who've been shot and being shot before or shooting someone else, and people being present in those social circles and involved in those groups, then becoming either perpetrators or victims of gun violence. And that's been consistent in our own work, and then also what we see nationwide. There is something that is consistent about those patterns across jurisdictions where you end up with particular social networks driving the majority of gun violence.
He keeps saying social networks. Does that equate to gangs?
It can. It can be. It can also be people who want to be in a gang but who might not be. So that's a safe way to say it, because although I'm sure some folks listening might just say, just say gangs, but it's not always. I mean, it could be people who were, also domestic violence could also maybe the same social network too. And it's an inclusive term, but sometimes that does mean gangs, yes.
We're almost into August. The heat of the summer is here, and summer is always a high time for crimes. What are we worried about as we go into the end of summer?
Well, the hard part is these numbers can change really in a week, or certainly over a month. Definitely over a quarter. So we just got to hold on. I mean, we've got to make sure that these numbers aren't a fluke. It doesn't look like they are. Here's a clip from Lisa again, explaining what's ahead.
We know from looking at our data that third quarter tends to show a spike in gun violence. So we'll be looking closely at third quarter data. My hope is that we see a decrease in that spike, but that's just something that's already on our radar screen. I think the other thing that is really important is I don't want anyone in the community to think that I am declaring victory. We still have work to do. I'm encouraged by the trends, and it is inspiring and motivating us to do more.
Either way, whether these good numbers continue or whether they go the wrong way again, either way, we're going to keep tracking it. And if you use a gun, you can still expect to go to court. We're going to keep getting those convictions, because it's really a concern when you see people, shooting other people or just having those reports of it. And either way, we're going to come back in 3 months and at the end of the year and say, hey, here's what the new date is. So we'll let you know either way.
All right. We always appreciate your help sorting these things out. Casey, thank you.
You bet. It's good to see you, man.
Casey McNerthy with the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
KIRO News Time is 5:23. I'm Scott Carty. Some headlines for you. One New York police officer is dead after a gunman in Midtown Manhattan went on a shooting spree Monday in the Park Avenue building where the NFL is based. 3 other people were killed before the suspect died by suicide. Investigators report that he did have a suicide note and claimed that he suffered from CTE. Also, we are getting news of a mayoral poll. A new one in Seattle shows that Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are basically tied. This poll says that Harrell is at 33%, Wilson at 31%. It's a Change Research poll from the Northwest Progressive Institute. And according to the Seattle Times, it surveyed 651 likely voters. We'll keep you updated on that more throughout this morning. Your KIRO News Radio forecast is a beauty today. It's going to be sunny and 84, and we'll heat up to we'll get a little bit cooler as the week goes on. We'll dip down to 82 tomorrow, and then we do have a chance of some showers. Very, very light chance, but that's on Thursday with a high of 77. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Yikey wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Download the KIRO Newsradio app, where you can watch us live or stream us live anywhere, anytime.
How would this initiative, whatever this initiative is, how would he fund it?
Stay connected everywhere. Download the KIRO Newsradio app.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros, with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is, and their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system, and I hope that really they do, because it'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:31. I'm Scott Carty on KIRO News Radio. Coming up, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland breaks down the new deadline that President Trump has imposed on Russia. That'll be in just a moment. If you're a Peninsula Light Company customer and your power is still not on, you're in company with about 2,000 people still in the Lake Bay and Long Branch area. Peninsula Light has been dealing with replacing a power pole after a rollover accident took it out late Monday. That affected more than 6,000 customers. They're hoping to get things back on by 6 a.m., so we'll keep you posted right here on KIRO News Radio. This morning, we also expect to hear more about why a Lake Washington School District employee was arrested by ICE. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has more.
Fernando Rocha works as a theater manager at Juanita High School in Kirkland. ICE arrested him, saying that he didn't have the proper visa. But the school district says that it's got all the necessary paperwork to employ him. Rocha's first hearing is set for 10:30 this morning.
A bomb scare for Frontier Airlines passengers departing SEA Monday. Crew members found threatening notes. So upon landing in Denver, passengers were greeted by police and the bomb squad. The FBI says the threat was not serious. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman spoke with one of the passengers.
We did reach out to Frontier for more on the investigation. A spokesperson sent us this statement saying, in part, a security sweep of the aircraft resulted in no findings of concern, and the aircraft has been released back to service. Passengers were then, of course, transferred to a terminal via bus to be reunited with their luggage and continue with their travels. We also reached out to SEA here about what happened since the flight came from Seattle and went to Denver. A spokesperson says since it didn't happen here, they don't have a comment at this time.
After a dramatic chase in Puyallup, a woman's head was bleeding and she needed medical attention. That chase also almost saw a suspect's car crash into one woman's house. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
A domestic violence suspect running from police, ramming at least one patrol car to avoid capture. Police say the guy behind the wheel had a gun and was assaulting his girlfriend on East Pioneer and South Meridian. At least one Puyallup cruiser was banged up. Officers successfully pit maneuvered the vehicle at the Washington State Fairgrounds. The driver was arrested on a list of charges.
That man is 44 years old, and fittingly for police, all of that ended outside the Blue Gate. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, the usual 410 slowdowns into Sumner and volume building on northbound 167. Of course, we'll keep you posted on those I-5 shutdowns with 2 lanes on northbound I-5 at the Ship Canal, and that wreaks havoc everywhere else. Sully will keep you updated on that throughout the morning. Everett to Seattle, 31 minutes. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, a beauty. Sunny and 84 today. 82 tomorrow with some light clouds, maybe here and there, but mostly sunny, and a 20% chance of scattered showers, and 77 degrees on Thursday. It's already 61 in downtown Seattle. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Charlie's on his way back from Cooperstown. He'll be back next week. Glad to have you with us. A new deadline's been set by President Trump for Russia to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland joins us now with details. Jeff, good morning. When was this announced and what are those details?
Well, apparently it was announced yesterday on the periphery of the discussions Mr. Trump was having with the EU about tariffs. And you may recall, Amanda, that on the 14th of July, Trump announced a 50-day deadline that the United States would put export sanctions on the Russians of up to 100%, as well as secondary sanctions on those countries that traded with Russia if some kind of an agreement on a ceasefire was not achieved. He has now said that he's going to reduce that to sometime in the next 10 to 12 days. We'll make a formal announcement about that sometime later today or tomorrow.
Did he say why?
He just said that there's no progress being made, that he is, quote unquote, very disappointed in Mr. Putin. And as a consequence, there's nothing magic about waiting, 50 days in total as we see this sort of relentless onslaught by the Russians against cities in Kyiv using not only drones but also ballistic and cruise missiles.
Does applying this kind of pressure actually work with Putin?
Well, it remains to be seen. I think it's possible it may have some influence. Then again, it possibly may not. I think Putin has insisted, and I think he will continue to insist, and even in the aftermath of this, that prior to any negotiations, the so-called root causes have to be addressed. And for the Russians, those are all such things as the recognition that the territory they've seized and additional territory of the 4 provinces they claim are Russian are, in fact, ceded to Russia, and the world community recognizes that, to include Ukraine. The Zelensky government leaves power. There are elections in Ukraine, hopefully with a government more favorable to Putin. The Ukrainian military is reduced to something less than 85,000. And Ukraine denounces any possibility of ever joining NATO in future. In essence, he's demanding, I think, a Ukrainian surrender before negotiations begin. So he'll echo that. But whether or not over time these sanctions might start to bite and cause him to change direction, again, that remains to be seen. Also remains to be seen what influence the Chinese and the Indians might place on Putin, since they would be facing 100% sanctions due to the fact that they import such an enormous amount of oil from Russia on an annual basis.
What's the situation in Ukraine on the ground now? What kind of aid is the U.S. getting in there?
Well, the United States has provided a small amount of aid, which was purchased about $300 million in the last week or so. Mr. Trump has also said the United States would be willing to sell military equipment to the Europeans that they could, in fact, transfer to the Ukrainians. But there's been no formal request by the Trump administration since they come to office for any additional military aid to be provided by Ukraine, which, of course, would require a congressional authorization. On the ground, as I said, the Russians continue to launch missiles and drones against Ukraine on almost a daily basis. We see that ramping up to several hundred drones on a single day and probably 5 to 10 missile attacks every single day. Some estimates are, as we see this increasing over time, that we might see as many as 2,000 drones being launched in Ukraine every single day. On the ground, the Russians have continued to gain territory, but at a very, very slow pace. And if you look at it in the aggregate, man, they're about where they were in the latter part of 2022 in terms of the territory they control. But they still are making progress, and there's no two ways about that. But there's no imminent sight of a major breakthrough.
Are NATO or the EU saying anything about this war?
We're saying a great deal about this war, and I'm sure it was a point of major discussion, again, when Mr. Trump met with the head of the EU, even though the primary topic was tariffs. The Europeans have talked about increasing military assistance to Ukraine. That being said, they did announce in the last couple of days a reduction of about 1.5 billion euros in foreign aid to Ukraine, based on the fact that Mr. Zelensky had announced the curbing of 2 agencies that are part of the Ukrainian government that seek out corruption. And this is part and parcel of insistence by the Europeans that as far as foreign aid, different from military aid, is provided, they must see steady progress in anti-corruption campaigns and an effort to move to a more democratic, transparent democracy if, in fact, that aid is going to continue.
Jeff, thanks. We appreciate you sharing your expertise, as always. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
It's 5:39 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. Gaza's health ministry says Over 60,000 Palestinians have been killed in the 21-month Israel-Hamas war. Officials say Russian glide bombs and ballistic missiles have struck a Ukrainian prison and a medical facility, killing at least 27 people across the country. And President Donald Trump on the golf course today, opening a new golf course, his in Scotland. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, sunny and 84 today, 82 tomorrow with some light clouds and sun. More ahead on KIRO News Radio.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region. Hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO News Radio app.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving
when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
CBS News Brief. Police in New York City say a gunman walked into a Park Avenue office building and killed 4 people, including an NYPD officer, before turning the gun on himself. Mayor Eric Adams.
Tonight we mourn for those who were killed, and we pray for the families as they go through this painful moment.
More than 20 people are dead after a new Russian strike on a site on the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. The BBC's Jonathan Beale.
The strikes caused the destruction of buildings at a local prison. Russia, like Ukraine, claims it only strikes military targets.
Cubs fans are mourning the loss of Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg.
He meant a lot to this city, after he played. I mean, he was an ambassador for the team.
He was the Cub sauce, right? He was every kid's hero.
Sandberg's died at the age of 65, a year after announcing he had metastatic prostate cancer. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
544, Scott Carty on KIRO News Radio. Of course, Ryan Sandberg, born in Spokane, Washington. Local boy done good. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, sunny and 84 today. We're going to see some light clouds and sunny conditions again tomorrow with a high of 82. And then we may see some showers, possibly, very minimal chance. And 77 degrees on Thursday. It's already 61 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with a look at the economy and using what she has coined the burrito barometer. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, for we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
We check in with CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger. Check her out at JillOnMoney.com. Good morning, Jill.
Good morning.
So President Trump continues to dress down Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and things may heat up again this week. Why?
Because we've got a Fed meeting, and that starts tomorrow, concludes on Wednesday, and it is widely expected that the central bank is going to leave those short-term interest rates at 4.25% to 4.5%. That's where they have been since December. And, look, I'm just looking at past history, recent history, where when the Fed keeps rates at these levels, the president has really come down hard. I just want to remind everybody 2 things. One, remember that President Trump actually appointed Chair Powell back in 2017 to the role of Federal Reserve Chairman. And also recently, last week, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he knows Powell, and he says, quote, "There's nothing that tells me that he should step down right now." So lots of threats, lots of anger, but then somebody usually pulls it back. So I don't expect there to be any rate drop. And I also don't expect that we're going to have no comment from the president. He will make his feelings known.
Yes, a flurry of posts on Truth Social coming
Indeed.
our way.
Indeed.
You've come up with an interesting way to look at the state of the economy. Talk to me about what you call the burrito barometer.
First of all, it's totally made up. Okay, this does not exist. This happened last week. I was looking at the earnings of Chipotle, which they released their second quarter earnings, and they were kind of disappointing. In fact, they had a pretty big drop in what's called same-store sales. And I thought that this was maybe an indication that we should pay attention to. Are consumers pulling back on even just what we call almost a small indulgence, like a $15 burrito? And if that is the case, and it is sustained, does it mean the economy is weakening? And maybe we are going to see the Fed start to cut rates. Again, they're not going to cut rates at this meeting this week. But if we see that consumers are starting to pull back, maybe they're just tired of high prices. I know the inflation rate has come down, but prices overall have been up over the last few years. And if they are feeling some trepidation that maybe even if tariffs aren't at the highest rates, that tariffs are going to maybe put some pressure on prices, are they going to pull back on these things that they were doing over the last few years pretty regularly? If they do, then that will slow the economy down. It doesn't mean we're going into a recession, just means that we could see slower growth. And I think that is what economists are looking at, a slowdown in growth this year, which would definitely argue for the Fed to lower interest rates at some point this year by a quarter, maybe 2 quarter-point cuts. Who knows?
This is kind of like what we used to call the hemline indicator, right? With women in their shorter skirts.
Yeah. This was always an old joke, which was like, the 40s, the 50s, 60s, 70s, that when we saw shorter skirts in the economy, it meant that things were in good shape. But when those hemlines went down, maybe that was a little bit more of a conservative feel and perhaps an economic downturn. Okay, it's trash. It's not a real theory. Just like the barometer may be trash. I do think we are going to see growth slow down this year. Most economists believe that as well. I just think the real unknown and the elephant in the room is, will these tariffs, even though, again, a 15% tariff is better than 25 or 50%, right? But it's still higher. The tariff rate is still higher than it's been in decades. And will that actually cause some inflation to bubble up in the economy? And I think that's really the fear that the Fed is holding. Like, if we see inflation tick up, the Fed is not going to lower interest rates.
Not to put you on the spot, but do you have any thoughts on the big trade deal reached over the weekend with the EU?
Well, I mean, as I said, I think that it's good to have certainty, right? Like, we need deals to get done. Uncertainty is an enemy of all of us. We hate it, right? But if we have 15% now with Japan and European Union, 10% with the UK, and we start to get if we could get 15% with Canada and Mexico, remember, they're very big partners of ours. I think that would do a lot to kind of calm the nerves of the overall analysts out there. But that's still a much higher tariff rate than we have seen in many years. And the impact of that higher rate is definitely going to be felt somewhere. Is it going to be in somewhat higher prices temporarily? Is it going to be a slowdown in growth? We don't know yet. I understand that the president is probably going to also announce an additional 90 days to keep negotiating with China. So, all of this is like a slow-moving target, which now looks like it's going to come in at around 15%. Not going to kill the economy, but it's going to be felt.
Jill, before I let you go, I can't believe it's almost August. What about the economy concerns you as we wrap up this year and head into the new one?
Well, I mean, it's been a long time since we have had a sustained recession, okay? And I don't want one, but every time we had this crazy recession in COVID. I just want you to think about this for a second. Putting COVID in this special place. COVID was this absolutely insane, deep, short recession. But before that, you have to go back to 2008 and 2009 to the Great Recession. So I get nervous when lots of time goes by in between these events. So I would almost prefer us to have like a somewhat gentle recession that doesn't last like very long, but just sort of like modulates a little bit. And that way it doesn't all build up into some horrific downturn.
All right, Jill, thank you so much for your time this morning. CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger. You can check her out at jillonmoney.com.
It's 5:53 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. Some headlines for you. 4 people, including 1 New York police officer, killed in Midtown Manhattan. At the building where the NFL headquarters are, the gunman apparently had a suicide note, and he died by suicide on the 33rd floor there. Russia has killed 27 civilians in Ukraine and remains defiant over the Trump threats. Thailand and Cambodia have a ceasefire in place, and that's keeping people, the villagers, returning home a little bit weary. And Pope Leo got a rock star welcome at a Catholic influencer festival. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, another toasty day ahead, sunshine and 84. It's going to be 82 and sunny tomorrow. And looking ahead to the weekend, I know, it's only Tuesday. I know, but we got to look ahead to the weekend. Sunshine in mid to upper 70s for your upcoming Saturday and Sunday plans. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. Charlie's still on vacation and we're jealous. Luke Ducey will give you the latest on Seattle's plan to clean up lewd activity at Denny Blaine Park. And Chris Sullivan will have a new choke point for you, and he'll do his best to get you through what he calls the month of hell. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez, developing news on last night's shooting that killed 4 people inside a New York City office building. Mayor Eric Adams tells CBS News the gunman was targeting the headquarters of the National Football League, claiming he suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE.
He appeared to have blamed the NFL for his injury.
The league's headquarters is located in the building, but Mayor Adams says the suspect took the wrong elevator bank. Among the victims, an executive from the financial firm Blackstone and a New York City police officer.
2 children, one on the way. This was his dad's only son, and you can only imagine the level of pain that he has experienced seeing his son die in this manner. But he has a proud family. He was a devoted person to his faith and to the city of New York.
The mayor says the shooter, who killed himself, left a rambling note behind. We've just learned about a potential merger that would create the nation's first transcontinental freight railroad to move everything from grains to cars across the country. Union Pacific says it wants to buy its smaller rival, Norfolk Southern, for $85 billion. If it's approved, it would combine Union Pacific's stronghold in the West with Norfolk Southern's network in 22 eastern states. A UN-backed report raises a new red flag about hunger in Gaza. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford.
The IPC, a grouping backed by the United Nations to calculate food security, says it's issuing this alert because starvation and death in Gaza will spread rapidly and relentlessly unless there's urgent action to stop the hostilities and a large-scale humanitarian response.
1 in 10 Americans is now a millionaire, but it doesn't mean as much as you might think.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
The Swiss bank UBS says 23.8 million people in the U.S. have a net worth of at least $1 million, a 15-fold increase from 30 years ago. Each day, 1,000 Americans become millionaires, thanks largely to their rising home values and 401ks. But those 7 figures aren't what they used to be. As Michael Ashley Schulman at Running Point Capital Advisors puts it, $1 million is the new mass affluent middleweight class, financially secure, but 2 zeros short of private jet territory. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It'll be another scorcher from the Gulf Coast up to New England. This kid in Wisconsin Rapids found relief at his local pool.
It's absolutely steaming hot. I don't know how hot it is, but it is hot.
Hit 98 in New York City yesterday. Several cities in the Northeast could break records today. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Coming up, nudists versus the neighborhood. Luke Ducey has more on a new plan for a controversial Seattle park. 6:03. First, let's check the roads. So we say good morning to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Good morning, Amanda. We're off to a pretty decent start. It's not terrible yet through Northgate.
but it will be.
Yet.
I'm sure at some point. Right now, we're running 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Haven't quite started seeing the backup yet there where the express lanes are not open, but I'm sure it'll start crowding up here in just a couple of minutes. So that's been the pattern the last week. Looking at the rest of the map, we do have brake lights to deal with through the Auburn interchange on northbound 167. Got about a 40-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, the S-curves are starting to be a little active early. That gives us a 20-minute trip to get you up into Bellevue. Federal Way to Seattle's about 40 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma's only 35. Some slowing through the Port of Tacoma area on northbound I-5, but not too bad. And the Maple Valley Highway's already seen some brake lights northbound from 18, trying to work your way up and around the corner and into Renton. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning, it's 6:04. Charlie Harger has the day off. I'm Manda Factor. A fresh wave of controversy is sweeping through Seattle's Denny Blaine Park. More ongoing clashes between nudists and neighborhood residents have ignited fierce debate. Now, new plans are in motion to address growing concerns over public nudity and related behavior in the park. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with the latest on what's changing.
Such a small park and beach on Lake Washington that's been creating a big issue for years now. And finally, the city of Seattle is proposing this. All right, here we go. They're going to split the park, they say, into two sections. Clothing required, and then the beach area would be clothing optional. They'd install visual barriers to separate the two areas, and then there would be more signage, more park rangers and staff, and people who don't comply would face progressive enforcement. What is that? Well, first there'd be like an education session, then a warning, then a citation, and if that doesn't work, the cops would be called in to address any criminal activity. You know, Denny Blaine Park, that is, has been a nude beach for such a long time now. For the neighborhood association there, they hate the nudity, a lot of them do, but mostly they say the nudity has turned into lewd acts, including sex in public and drugs. That association recently won an injunction in court. The judge in that case then gave the city 2 weeks to come up with an abatement plan. But the neighbors don't like it. They've heard it and they don't like it. The city, though, will hold a hearing on this August 6th, which is next Wednesday. It is not over yet.
We'll see. Thanks, Luke. Yep. A new poll shows Seattle's race for mayor is neck and neck. Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson basically tied. Harrell at 33%, Wilson 31%. This is from a Change Research poll done for the Northwest Progressive Institute. According to the Seattle Times, it surveyed 651 likely voters. The other 6 candidates barely registering. Here's a twist. A big chunk of voters still have not made up their minds. The primary sends the top 2 vote-getters to the general election. The primary is 1 week away. Boeing is still losing money, not as much as it was a year ago, though. The company reports this morning it lost $611 million last quarter. That's down from $1.44 billion during the same time last year. Revenue jumped to nearly $23 billion. That's thanks to more commercial plane deliveries, 150 this time compared to 92 last year. Adjusted earnings beat Wall Street expectations. Boeing shares rose more than 2% before the market opens. It's not just the Ship Canal Bridge closures slowing you down on I-5 these days. The Department of Transportation is also grinding down and repaving southbound lanes through Everett. Spokesperson R.B. McKeon tells KIRO 7 TV the work will take place overnight.
If you're a shift worker or, you head home late at night, obviously you'll run into our construction work zone, our maintenance work zone.
That work zone stretches 4 miles between Broadway Avenue to 100th Street Southeast, and the project is set to wrap up in the fall.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. It is 6:07. We are inching toward August. It's the 29th of July. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie Harger is out for the week on his way back from Cooperstown. Sully's here checking the roads every 10 minutes on the threes. Starting off okay so far.
Yeah, so far.
All right. Producer David Burbank is here in the studio. Scott Carty in for Katrina. And Nick Kreischer is in the control room. We're running the board. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. And coming up, Chris, you have a choke point. It's Tuesday.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the new diverging diamond interchange in Snoqualmie and whether or not it's doing its job to get rid of that Sunday slowdown on I-90.
All right. Also, Charlie may be out. That doesn't mean he missed this week's personal finance report. We'll hear that with Brian Evans at Madrona Financial Services. It's now 6:08. A bomb threat forced an evacuation yesterday on a Frontier Airlines flight out of Seattle. We get more from KIRO 7 TV's Monique Ming-Lavin.
Crew members say they discovered the threatening notes on their way to Denver, and passengers were greeted by police and bomb crews after landing around 11 a.m. Officers cleared the plane. They determined the threat was not serious. The FBI reiterated that.
It's unknown what the threatening notes said or how they were found. Smoke from the Bear Gulch fires now drifting across the Olympics. You could even see the haze from downtown Seattle yesterday. That fire's burning near Lake Cushman, backing toward the staircase area in Olympic National Park. Crews say it's mostly creeping through moss and brush. Still some torching in the trees, though. According to the Seattle Times this morning, it's grown to nearly 1,100 acres, and it's only 10% contained. And there's good progress being made on the Burdone fire near Columbia River Gorge. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
It's now 50% contained. This fire's been burning for weeks now, but it is safe enough to reopen a stretch of Highway 14.
An overnight car fire in Seattle's Belltown neighborhood. Viewer video to KIRO 7 TV shows flames getting very close to burning nearby trees and cars. This happened at Vine Street in Western. No word on the cause of the fire or any injuries. Pierce County Executive Ryan Mello made some comments yesterday about issues facing and statements made by Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch spoke with Mello.
Executive Mello says he has concerns about what's happening inside the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. A deputy arrested for DUI, a battle with the Pierce County prosecutor over legal representation, and Swank's position on deportations and assisting ICE. Mello says this.
The prosecutor and I and others are here to help him understand what his role is and what his role is not. His role certainly is not doing federal immigration enforcement.
Sheriff Swank says he is in a tough position between the feds demanding cooperation and that cooperation being against Washington law. In Tacoma, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Well, the lights are almost all back on for Peninsula Light Company customers. After a rollover accident wiped out a power pole late Monday, more than 6,000 customers were without power throughout Kitsap County. Crews have been working throughout the night. Now just over 2,400 customers are waiting near Lake Bay and Long Branch. Peninsula Light Company last estimated full restoration by 6 this morning, just in time for the coffee pot to kick on. We'll keep an eye on it. A Seafair favorite is back on the Seattle waterfront. It's Fleet Week. Kicks off today with a parade of ships through Elliott Bay. You'll see Navy and Coast Guard vessels cruising into town. And all week long, you can meet sailors, enjoy free music, and tour the ships. Fleet Week's been part of Seafair since 1950, a way to honor the men and women who serve. Lake Stevens is getting ready to break ground on a brand new historical museum. It's a $4 million project right in the heart of downtown. The museum will sit on Mill Spur Road, part of a plan to revitalize the city's core. It'll be 3 stories tall, 8,000 square feet, with more than 3,500 feet of museum space. Also room for 2 retail shops. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, they hope to start construction later this year. Big win for the Mariners yesterday against the Athletics in Sacramento. The M's new first baseman, Josh Naylor, is already creating quite the impact in just 4 games with the team. He went yard for the first time in a Mariners jersey last night.
And Josh Naylor leads it off with a swing and a drive. Deep to right field. Going and goodbye baseball.
Mariners went on to win 3-1. They're now 3 games back for the lead in the division. The M's take on the Athletics again today, looking for a series victory. First pitch 7:05 tonight. You can listen to the game on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports. And here's something I forgot to mention yesterday. It became official on Friday. The Mill Creek Little League All-Star girls softball team is headed to the Little League World Series. Northwest Regional Championship game was a no cakewalk for the Mill Creek ladies. They were down 9-6 in the 8th against the team from Hermiston, Oregon, before mounting an incredible comeback to win 10-9 in walk-off fashion.
In our heads to the Little League Softball World Series. We're tied at 9 in the 8th. In the center. Base hit. There comes the winning run, Sewell. And Washington wins a classic in San Bernardino in 8 innings, 10-9.
How cool is that? The call from ESPN. Mill Creek will represent Washington in the Little League World Series. They'll open against Southeast champion Lake Mary Little League of Florida August 3rd. Game times and broadcasts yet to be announced. We'll keep you posted. It's 6:12. Time for a check on the forecast. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard joins us. Good morning.
Good morning. We're just talking about some beautiful sunshine today. It's clear now, and it's going to be clear all day. Highs will go from the 50s and 60s now to about 84 in Seattle, 87 in Olympia, Tacoma 86, and about 78 to 80 around Everett. Now, tomorrow we should see a few more clouds and maybe some cascade showers and thunderstorms, but I still have us at about 82 to 84. Thursday, we're all going to see more cloud cover, and I think some of the showers and thunderstorms, more than likely in the form of just the rain, will drift over us in the afternoon. So we're going to be in the upper 70s, and we could see some passing showers. That's something we'll have to watch. Friday looks mostly cloudy, but mainly dry in the mid-70s, and then this weekend, morning clouds, afternoon sun in the mid to upper 70s. I'm starting to wonder, with that rain potential on Thursday, especially in the afternoon, and some low clouds pushing in, what this will do for the Blue Angels for practicing. I think this weekend the shows will be great, but you may have to do the low show on Thursday or Friday, so it's something we're watching. And yeah, there could even be some showers at times on Thursday.
We shall see. Thank you, Nick. Right now we have sunshine in Seattle. It's 60. And at 6:13, time to check the roads once again. Here's Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we do have a couple of cars tangled up on northbound 405 right around the Maple Valley Highway in Renton. The HOV lane is closed. IRT State Patrol just rolling up to the scene at this point. Already 30 minutes to make it from Renton to Bellevue. So we've added about 10 minutes to that drive from about basically 167 all the way, about a mile and a half, 2 miles up towards that area. Maybe not even that far, but expect big delays there until they get these guys moved off to the shoulder. Behind that is definitely causing some spillover out of the Valley Freeway. We've got about a 25-minute trip out of Auburn already and 45 from Puyallup. See some slowing down the South Hill. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Federal Way to Seattle's already running about 45 minutes, and we're definitely seeing the backup now to about 130th on southbound I-5 down past the closed express lanes on southbound 5. We're already up to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 40 from Everett to Bellevue, so we haven't quite balanced out yet. The lake bridges are still fine. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 6:15. Katrina is off today. KIRO Newsradio Scott Carty is here.
I don't recommend if you're driving to get up and dance, but I think that we need to get up and get moving, get our body going. Here we go. Yes. Let's do it with a little Hannah Montana.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you why, Manda Factor. Because the beloved Hannah Montana from the 2000s getting ready to celebrate the 20th anniversary of that fine program. The Best of Both Worlds tour, which Hannah Montana went on, that grossed over $54 million for that young lady.
Yeah.
32-year-old Miley Cyrus is telling SiriusXM that she's up for celebrating the 20th anniversary and says that she wants to design something really, really, really special for it because it really was the beginning of all of this. So she also says that without Hannah, there wouldn't really be me.
That's true.
Really, she says that. She says it's crazy to think she started as a character she thought she was going to be impossible to shed, but
I think she's doing okay.
Oh, she managed to shed it all right.
Thanks. It's 6:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right. The state's newest interchange opened last Friday. We told you all about it. We said it was coming. This is at I-90 and Highway 18 in Snoqualmie. Sully is here. Is it working?
Not
yet.
Quite yet. Because like a nerd, I spent most of Sunday afternoon in between watching golf at home, watching the westbound I-90 drive.
You are such a traffic geek. I love it.
I wanted to see if it was doing its thing, approaching this new diverging diamond interchange at SR 18. I wanted to see if the new design and the increased capacity would help with that massive backup that always shows up on Sunday. And it was a couple miles long most of Sunday afternoon, and it didn't really seem to have the impact that they were hoping for. Well, it turns out it probably likely won't have any congestion relief for a couple of months.
We're still working at it. Those Sunday afternoon commutes are still going to be challenging in the neighborhood.
That's Brian Nielsen. He's the regional administrator for the Washington Department of Transportation. He says we're stuck with this until the construction finishes in a few months.
We have to finish this widening first. The pinch point is really just south of the interchange, so until we finish that this fall, people should probably still expect to see congestion through the interchange.
So if you haven't been up there recently, westbound 18 is under construction in addition to the diverging diamond interchange. And so they're in the process of widening the road for about 2 miles. Well, that's not done yet. And so we're down to 1 lane in each direction. So you come off the new DDI and you drive right into a lane restriction. So until they figure that out, it's going to be like this. So hopefully not much longer, but probably won't be relief over the summer. What's really interesting about this is now 2 lanes of westbound I-90 actually exit to SR 18. That should help with that Sunday afternoon backup, but again, once the widening is finished. Now, I went up there, shot a little video. I know David's going to put some up. It's on this our YouTube channel right now. It's also up at mynorthwest.com, kind of taking you through the diverging diamond interchange with a dash cam vid.
Oh, I think you're over the speed limit right there.
No, not really. It just looks that way. So, yeah, it kind of feels that way. But what makes the DDI so unique is that when you exit to westbound 18 or when you exit to 18 in either direction, you turn immediately into the left lanes, the opposite lanes of traffic through that interchange. It's very smooth, but likely confusing the first time you go through it. But for the State Patrol, the goal is to improve safety.
We're thankful for this project, and we're hoping to see a reduction of congestion. We'd like to see traffic moving further, faster, and allow people to get to where they want to be.
That's Lieutenant Pete Cosi-Torto. He's expecting a little bit of a learning curve.
It's going to be new for a week or two, or the first couple times you go through there, but we expect all in all, a better commuter experience with this interchange.
And hopefully a lot less late merging, road rage, and frustration.
I'm hopeful with the 2 lanes exiting off of Interstate 90, that's going to take some of the congestion off of that, as you mentioned, that right lane being stopped as people tried to exit in the past. And I think with this interchange having more capacity, we're going to hopefully see a reduction in that congestion.
WashDOT still has to do some paving and permanent striping at the interchange. There are going to be some lane closures to deal with over the next month or so as that work is completed. And then once the widening on SR 18 is done, there will be about 4 miles of 2 lanes south of I-90 to help that ease up that congestion to that single lane up at Tiger Mountain on westbound 18. That should greatly reduce the slowing on westbound 90, especially on the weekends. Contractors still on schedule to finish the widening this fall, but we're not going to feel the full impact of this change until we finish that widening.
As with everything around here, you got to be patient.
Yeah,
right?
got to be patient.
Needs to be done.
Yeah, check out the video. It's kind of weird. And also hit me up on the text line if you've been through it. I had a couple of truck drivers hitting me up yesterday telling me that it was really, really backed up, and then I had another person who said everyone was in that right lane. I stayed in the second lane over because I knew that 2 lanes exited now. That's a huge difference. So you can there's no need to late merge. There's a second lane there, or second exit lane, I should say. So that's really improving.
All right, check it out. Check it out at mynorthwest.com and stand by. We'll get back to you for current traffic here in just a couple of minutes. Other things we're following this morning. New research estimates the financial cost of natural disasters globally so far this year. We get the details from CBS News climate reporter Tracy Wolf.
Natural disasters have caused more than $131 billion in economic losses around the world for 2025, according to a new report from insurance company Munich Re. What's most notable is $80 billion was insured, the second highest amount of insured losses since record keeping began in 1980. The Los Angeles wildfires have been the most expensive event to date, causing $53 billion in total losses, $40 billion of which was insured. Losses continue to mount year over year as more people move to high-risk areas and natural disasters are made more intense and destructive due to climate change. Tracy Wolf, CBS News.
Police in New York City say 4 people are dead, another wounded after a mass shooting in an office building in Midtown Manhattan. One of the deceased was an NYPD officer. CBS News reporter Jenna DeAngelis has more.
When lockdowns were lifted and people poured out of these buildings, you could see on many faces confusion, shock, and horror.
I heard all these loud bangs. No idea what it was. I turned around, all these people were like running.
He says he was coming down the escalators when he heard gunshots and ran out.
I came out 5 minutes later. One of my coworkers came out and he said he saw 2 people get shot.
The building, which contains offices for Blackstone, the NFL, and KPMG, among others, was placed on lockdown.
We're just learning this morning that the mayor of New York has said that gunman was targeting the NFL but went up the wrong elevator. The suspect was found dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police say he had driven from Nevada to New York over the last 2 days. Monday, the UN agency tasked with helping Palestinians welcomed Israel's decision to allow more aid into Gaza, but said much more is needed to combat the widespread hunger that Israel's restrictions have caused.
Israel accuses Hamas of systematically stealing the supplies, although a U.S. government report found there was no proof of this. Both Jordan and the UAE have started airdropping supplies. It is often hazardous. The World Food Programme says the most efficient way is to allow hundreds of aid trucks unhindered into Gaza for a sustained period in order to halt the hunger crisis.
And yesterday, Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell asked the Supreme Court to consider an appeal to overturn her sex trafficking conviction. This as Maxwell's lawyer appeals to President Trump directly to intervene.
A reply was filed with the Supreme Court as part of Maxwell's overall appeal. She wants to get her conviction overturned, but she's making a broader argument. It doesn't involve the case at all. She's making an appeal that though she was given a plea agreement in the Southern District of Florida, she was very much prosecuted and sent to prison in the Southern District of New York. And if you have different districts in the same U.S. government doing different things with the same defendant, that there may need to be a Supreme Court review of that issue. Might do so. They might look at it.
That's CBS News Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarlane. 6:23, and that's time to get back to traffic. We do it every 10 minutes on the threes, and Sullivan's watching things from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we moved the crash in Renton on northbound 405 at the Maple Valley Highway from the HOV lane over to the far right side. But what they had to do is they had to shut the freeway down for about 2 minutes while they moved all the cars all the way over. And so that's why we are bumper to bumper from before 167. It's a 30-minute trip from Renton on up into Bellevue. Hopefully this will dissipate quickly, but this has created a pretty large backup behind that, trying to tie into 405 from 180th on up the Valley Freeway. Add that with the normal stuff in Auburn, and we're getting closer to 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 out of Puyallup. So not exactly a good start to the day there. Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 45 minutes. Not terrible, again, because the express lanes are open in the northbound direction. But what has that done? That has created a backup into Shoreline already. Hour drive from Everett into Seattle already this early, and that's a 20-minute delay over what you might expect. 405 is not quite as bad yet, but it's getting there. It's running at 50 minutes, so about 10 minutes behind schedule with all the volume there. The rest of the map is about what you might expect. Olympia to Tacoma, some brake lights through Nisqually. Give yourself about 40 minutes to make that drive to Tacoma. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day, sunshine, warming up to about 84. We'll stay partly cloudy for tomorrow, still warm, 82, and we do have a chance of showers on Thursday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 60. And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the ever-tightening race for Seattle's next mayor, and your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO News Radio app.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, summer's heating up around Western Washington, and so is the schedule at Valentine Roofing. If you've been putting off any home exterior project, now is the time to act before the fall, wind, and rain expose a real problem. Get your roof, siding, or gutter project locked in before Labor Day to secure priority scheduling on select projects. Valentine priority scheduling means that they'll begin the work on your home within just 3 weeks of signing your agreement, and they'll coordinate with your schedule, so it's super convenient. Hey, it's Jake Skorheim here. When I needed work done on my roof, there was only one company I was going to call, Valentine Roofing. They were able to address the issue, fix it correctly, and even did a roof cleaning to extend the life of my roof, which now looks brand new. The communication was seamless, and so was scheduling the appointment. I needed it done fast, and they went the extra mile to make it happen. So whether it's your roof, siding, or gutters that need attention, call Valentine Roofing to get on their summer priority schedule. Spots are limited, so call 206 Roofing today to get all the details and schedule your free estimate.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value, and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today, and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour, and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
Saturday, August 23rd, enjoy the 30th birthday bash for University Place at Cirque Park, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Bands all day, over 50 vendors, beer garden, and family zone. Don't miss it August 23rd. Special thanks to UP Refuse and Recycling.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it is 6:31. New polling numbers are out, and it is a tight race for Seattle mayor. We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, Amanda, this public poll shows that the race between incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell and the challenger, Katie Wilson, is a statistical tie. 33% for Harrell, 31% for Wilson. Wilson told KIRO News Radio when she was here that she decided to run for office to tackle the city's housing issue and help create publicly owned, affordable, mixed-income housing.
And unfortunately, our current mayor was the face of the opposition campaign funded by Amazon and the Chamber of Commerce. So I just really believe that we need city leadership that is going to work to make the new social housing developers successful, not undermine it.
And what we're going to be doing all morning is going back and forth on different issues to remind you what they said here on KIRO News Radio. This was Mayor Harrell. He also joined us here on KIRO. Here's what he said about housing back when he visited us.
We've built over 33,000 units
5,000 of which are affordable. The fact of the matter is that income has not kept pace with the cost of housing, and that would be healthcare, tuition, the other cost to live in Seattle.
All right, so that's housing. So at 7:30, we'll tackle another issue as well. But back to the poll conducted by Northwest Progressive Institute. The next closest candidate was Joe Mallahan with 3% of the vote, and the three other candidates polled less than that. That said, 27% of people polled said they're still not sure who to vote for. So a lot of votes left. According to the poll, Harrell's weakness is that he's been around too long. Wilson's weakness, she's new, and not a lot of voters know who she is and what she stands for. The big issues in this race most likely come down to this: public safety, crime, affordability, being able to live in the city where you work, and homelessness. I will tell you this as well. The Ducey family voted last night, and from my 19-year-old daughter's perspective, a younger voter, homelessness high on that list for young voters.
Interesting. Yeah. Thanks, Luke. A dramatic chase in Puyallup yesterday almost saw the suspect's car crash into one woman's house. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
A domestic violence suspect running from police, ramming at least one patrol car to avoid capture. Police say the guy behind the wheel had a gun and was assaulting his girlfriend on East Pioneer and South Meridian. At least one Puyallup cruiser was banged up. Officers successfully pit maneuvered the vehicle at the Washington State Fairgrounds. The driver was arrested on a list of charges.
That man is 44 years old. Puyallup police say the woman's head was bleeding and she did need medical attention. And you may have noticed a smoky haze over Seattle yesterday. It's from the Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman, burning close to the Staircase area in Olympic National Park. It's covering about 1,100 acres right now, and according to the Seattle Times, it's 10% contained. It's 6:33. That's time for a check on the roads. We head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are now really starting to see the impact of the closure of the express lanes on southbound I-5. Backup begins in Mount Lake Terrace and has a little bit of a break in Shoreline. Then from about 175th on down, it's getting pretty ugly. Already about an hour and 5 minutes from Everett into the Bellevue area, Seattle area, excuse me. That's about a 20-minute delay at this early hour, and then we're starting to see about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue. So behind schedule there by about 10. So not exactly off to a good start there, but I can't tell you that it wasn't expected. Looking at northbound 405, still struggling right there past 167 into the Maple Valley Highway. Still have this crash over on the right-hand shoulder right after the Maple Valley Highway. It's over 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, and there is significant spillover onto the Valley Freeway itself. 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 from Puyallup. The Olympia to Tacoma drives does see some heavy brake lights up the hill towards Mounts Road. Give yourself over 40 minutes to make the drive to Tacoma, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about 50 minutes. Lake bridges, though, are still in good shape. Eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountains, a little slow, but manageable. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, a perfect day to kick off Fleet Week for Seafair. It's going to be sunny and 84 today. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 82. And then we do have the threat of some showers on Thursday, mainly in the mountains, but they might creep down, a high of 77. Friday, mostly cloudy, but no rain in the forecast for Friday, 76 the high. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 60. 6:35 and time for the opening bell report. Boeing's latest earnings report shows signs of improvement. The company lost $611 million last quarter. That is less than half of what it lost a year ago. The company reported this morning revenue climbed to $22.75 billion, better than Wall Street expected. The boost came from delivering more planes, 150 in total, up from 92 last year. Adjusted losses were smaller than analysts had predicted. No shortage of takeaways from the U.S. and the European Union agreeing to trade framework, which puts a 15% tariff on most goods. It staves off far higher duties on both sides that might have sent shockwaves through economies around the globe.
Thursday, the Fed's preferred gauge on inflation, and then Friday, we've got the jobs report as well as those tariffs taking effect. On top of all of that, we have big tech earnings: Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. So this is going to be a really big week for Wall Street, maybe your 401k, and definitely for how the Fed is looking at interest rate cuts for the year.
CBS MoneyWatch.com's Kelly O'Grady. 1 in 10 Americans is now a millionaire.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
The Swiss bank UBS says 23.8 million people in the U.S. have a net worth of at least $1 million, a 15-fold increase from 30 years ago. Each day, 1,000 Americans become millionaires, thanks largely to their rising home values and 401ks. But those seven figures aren't what they used to be. As Michael Ashley Schulman at Running Point Capital Advisors puts it, $1 million is the new mass affluent middleweight class, financially secure, but 2 zeros short of private jet territory. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Fortune has just announced this year's Fortune Global 500 list. CBS News correspondent Jennifer Kuiper with more on who's on it.
Walmart is number one for the 12th straight year, but that might not be for long, as Fortune's Vice President of Research, Scott DiCarlo, points out.
In the last couple of years, Amazon has been closing in on them to take over the number one spot, and I think we might see that happen. Most likely, I think it might be next year, based on how the revenue is growing.
According to the list, the U.S. remains in the lead over Greater China with the most companies, and 33 women CEOs lead Fortune Global 500 companies, setting a new record at 6.6%. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
A new Indian grocery store is coming to South Lake Union. The team behind Mint Progressive Indian Restaurant is opening Pride India Grocery and Sweets. It'll be at the base of the Ani building on John Street. The store will carry Indian staples, snacks, and sweets. There's a grab-and-go bar for quick meals. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, they aim to open by late December or early January. A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
Personal details on a dating app have been breached, as we hear from Jesse Mitchell of CBS News Money Watch.
A hack affecting the women-only dating advice app T was more serious than previously disclosed. The company said yesterday users' direct messages were breached, as well as some of their photos. T says tens of thousands of images and messages were accessed. The company has taken the affected system offline.
And a new ad campaign is ruffling some fashionable feathers.
A 2-page ad for Guess clothing in the new issue of Vogue looks like any other, but the curvy blonde-haired model in one shot wearing a pale blue romper, another a black and white chevron maxi dress, isn't human. Fine print in the corner of the page reads, produced on AI. It sparked backlash on social media with calls to cancel subscriptions and boycott Vogue. The company behind the ad, Serafine Valora, claims its work has also been published in Elle, Grazia, The Wall Street Journal, FT Magazine, and Harper's Bazaar. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
It's 6:39. Chris, what's your traffic hotspot?
Well, right now it is the southbound I-5 drive getting down toward the express lanes in Northgate. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked.
he couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
It's 6:43. Time to check your drive once again every 10 minutes on the threes. Back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And it's deja vu, 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 vu.
How many vu's
I
are
don't
we
know.
hitting now?
We're on day 7 now of commuting with the express lanes not in operation southbound 5. And so we are bumper to bumper from about 195th, getting into Shoreline there, just past the Edmonds exit, actually. Hour and 15 minutes from Everett into the Seattle area, so behind schedule by about 20-25 minutes over what you might expect. But at this point, you probably should have expected that if you've driven this the last week or so. And then a lot more people heading towards 405. It's an hour and 10 minutes as well, bumper to bumper, getting away from Linwood, then in Canyon Park, and then again towards 522. So it's not exactly pleasant coming out of Snohomish County once again. Looking at northbound I-5, I'm looking for a crash on northbound 5 through Nisqually. I can't see a big chunk of the road because there's a reader board in the way of in the camera I'm looking at, but it's pretty stacked up getting through Nisqually and then heading up the hill. It can't all be sun glare, but over 40 minutes to make the drive to Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running around 50 minutes. The brake lights there, the usual places. Not as bad at the north end, again, because the express lanes are open in the northbound direction. Over 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. The brake lights on 405 begin before you get to the Maple Valley Highway there in Renton. We have a crash over on the right shoulder just past the 169 area, but not quite up to Sunset. Behind that, some spillover. Definitely 30 minutes from Auburn to Renton and 50 from the Puyallup area. The Lake Bridges are still enjoying a pretty good drive at this point. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, a beautiful, toasty day, 84 the high for today. Tomorrow we'll see a few clouds roll in, so a tad cooler, and a chance of some scattered showers on Thursday. Otherwise, just mostly cloudy and 77. Friday should be a dry day. Some clouds and sun breaks, and 76 so far. Big Seafair weekend still looks nice. Right now, sunny and 60 in Seattle. At 6:45, Katrina has the day off. We check in with KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
Now, I want you to hang on because I'm going to give you a number here in just a second that you might choke on. But Seattle-based Redfin is reporting a nearly 4% increase in the sale of starter homes nationwide year over year. Sales of higher tiers remain sluggish, though, and the mid-priced homes fell almost 1%, and high-priced homes dropped 3.6%. Redfin says the median sale price for a starter home is $260,000. I'm not sure where you find that in Seattle.
You don't. Sorry.
I mean, it's like, okay, that's not really what we're seeing. That said, they do say Seattle leads the nation in how quickly starter homes sell, obviously, because you can hardly ever get anything.
Snatch them up when you can, yeah.
Yeah, it's a median sale of just 9 days is where we're sitting with that.
Good grief.
If anybody has a $260,000 home you want to sell me, just please call.
Right?
Please call the station.
It's 6:46, and coming up, our personal finance report from Brian Evans at Madrona Financial Services here on Seattle's Morning News.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net. With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Brock Heward. My family did it, and it saved us thousands. You got to do it. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free. See how much First Mark can save you and how much better coverage you can get. They work for you. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Upgrade your view with Lake Washington windows. Buy one window or door and get the second at 50% off through July. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com for details.
Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all. Sound like your home? Then call for your free inspection.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Time for another personal finance update brought to us by Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian Evans is here. And Brian, we were having an interesting conversation, and that is the difference between investing and spending. And you contend there is a difference between the two. So maybe you can explain that.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of choices with where we can put our money, and probably a lot of the fun ones I'm going to probably call spending, and the hard ones are investing. We really want to obtain a balance because what feels good today may not later, and so we want to think about our lifetime, and when we're older, we'll want to have invested certainly early in our life. So just kind of understanding where you're spending your money. Is it going to something that's going to produce something over the years ahead? Or if you bought a really nice pair of shoes, I'm guessing in 30 years, they're not going to be producing a whole lot for you.
Yeah, so maybe we could talk about, let's start with the car. That is, it seems to me, probably spending and not necessarily investing.
I have a personal story about that. I was feeling really bad after a basketball game, and I went out with my friend who I played with, and he had this brand new BMW, and I was getting into my mustard-colored Datsun station wagon with about 30 dents in it that I got for $50. What's wrong? But then I realized he was driving to his apartment, and I was driving to my new tri-level I just bought when I was 27 in Kirkland. And so I thought, all right, it's about priorities. I was prioritizing something that would help me get into the housing market. Once you're in, you got your foot in, you can maybe stay there. He wasn't. And so I felt good about that, even though that was one ugly car.
The Datsun. Yeah, for sure. Could we maybe talk about investing in your home, your real estate? You're not, I'm imagining, saying that you shouldn't have a nice place and live in a nice neighborhood, but it is about making something smart and strategic when buying that place to live.
Well, it's interesting because I'm an investment advisor, so people think, oh, you're going to tell me to invest in the stock market first, right? I'm like, no. Your best investment is in yourself, your education and your skill set. Your second best investment, I think, is your first house, because you're going to need a place to live someday. And you're not going to want to pay rent and rent increases for the rest of your life. That gets pretty tough in your 70s, 80s, and 90s if you're still paying rent. So I think the best investments, again, are in yourself, your education, your skill set, and your real estate to start. And then you can start into the 401ks and stock markets, all the other investments that are out there.
And it all starts with something, right? This is not something that's going to happen in a day.
No, it's not. I remember my first job when I was, got a retirement account. I probably started with 3%, got the free company match or whatever. And that wasn't a whole lot of money because I wasn't making a whole lot. But it was something. And it got, you get started and you have a mortgage and then you add some money to it. Little things can make a big difference over a long period of time.
All right, invest and not always spend. Madrona Financial's Brian Evans joining us. Brian, thanks for your time today. And if you want, you can click below to find out more.
Oh, we're talking about financial things. The International Monetary Fund's World Economic Outlook finds a tenuous resilience amid persistent uncertainty.
Time for another personal thought.
The World Economic Outlook projects a 3% global growth for this year and 3.1% for the next year. This forecast reflects stronger than expected front-loading ahead of the tariffs announced by President Trump. The IMF's chief economist says tariffs remain historically high and global policy remains highly uncertain, but that the modest decline in trade tension contributed to the resilience of the global economy. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
It's 6:53. That's time to check your drive once again. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes for you. Back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. What's happening, Sully?
Well, we're up to about a 7-mile backup now on southbound I-5. Stop me if you've heard this before.
It has been exactly the same at
pretty
the
much.
exact same time.
Yeah, pretty much. Right there from the Edmonds exit, the Nile Golf Course there on southbound 5, all the way down past 85th. Hour and 10-minute trip from Everett into Seattle, maybe even a little bit longer, all because of the loss of the express lanes. And of course, we're seeing 522 over the top of the lake getting really heavy now down, and then as well as Lake City Way as well, trying to tie into I-5. And a lot of people have headed to 405. That seems to be our go-to alternate, and it is bumper to bumper, not moving away from Alderwood, pretty much all the way down through Bothell. So it might actually be even a little bit worse. And 522 there, trying to get through Woodinville, tying into 405 is not exactly pleasant. So plan on at least 20-25-minute delays on southbound 5 and 405 getting out of Snohomish County. Rented to Bellevue's up over 30 minutes because of this crash, still over on the right-hand shoulder as you get past 169 there in the Renton area. And then behind that on the Valley Freeway, just a little under 30 minutes out of Auburn and about 50 all the way from the Puyallup area. Some brake lights up the hill from 5 to 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle's a little over 50 minutes, maybe 55 now as we're starting to see some slowing right past the West Seattle Bridge. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive appears to be sun-glare, according to my drivers, only as you work your way through Lacey up towards Mounts Road. And we've got about a 45-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma, so that's about 8 minutes slower than you might have expected. 18 over Tiger Mountain is really heavy, though as you get towards I-90 and the new diverging Diamond Interchange, it's not too bad. The lake bridges are still quiet. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be a gorgeous day. Sunshine at 84 for today. Just a tad cooler tomorrow. We'll see a few clouds roll in. And then Thursday, we actually have a threat of a few scattered showers. 77 the high, but drying out for the big Seafair weekend again. Friday, 76 degrees in the sunshine. Right now, sunny and 60. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold will break down the big stories of the week. That's coming up at 7:15. Our inbox is always open for your news tips at mynorthwest.com or hit the text line 888-973-5476. This is KIRO News Radio.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
12's Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is underway at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Join us lakeside for a first look at your 2025 Seahawks as they put in work and gear up for a milestone 50th season. Only a few open practice remain, and they're filling up fast. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. CBS News has learned about a motive in last night's mass shooting at a New York City office building. Correspondent Michael Wallace.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams told CBS Mornings Shane Tamura of Las Vegas killed 3 people in the lobby of 345 Park Avenue and planned to go up to the NFL's corporate offices.
He took the wrong elevator bank.
He wound up on the 33rd floor office of Rudin Management, where he killed another person before taking his own life. Tamura had a note on him saying he suffered from CTE.
He appeared to have blamed the NFL for his injury.
Tamura never played in the NFL. He did play high school football. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
Among his victims, a city police officer and a senior managing director at the financial firm Blackstone, who was also a mother of two. The NFL says a league employee who was wounded is in stable condition. The mayor has ordered flags to fly at half staff at city buildings. A key player in the Jeffrey Epstein case is making a new bid to get out of prison. Correspondent Scott McFarlane has the details.
Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is urging the Supreme Court to step in and overturn her sex trafficking conviction on grounds she was unlawfully prosecuted.
Maxwell's attorney issued a statement calling President Trump a deal maker. He appealed to him to recognize that his client has been scapegoated for Epstein's crimes. Speaking in Scotland yesterday, the president once again called the controversy a hoax. The heat could set records in parts of the Northeast today. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Temperatures are going to be 15 to 20 degrees above average for this time of year, and heat-related illnesses are going to increase significantly.
It's expected to hit 98 degrees in New York and Philly. It'll feel like 115 in some parts of the Mississippi Valley. The Pope has weighed in on artificial intelligence. Sabina Castelfranco reports from Rome.
At the Vatican's first Mass for Catholic influencers in St. Peter's Basilica this morning, Pope Leo called on the world to protect human dignity online as it faces the challenge of AI. The Pope told Catholic social media figures that nothing that comes from man and his creativity should be used to undermine the dignity of others.
Put some more pep in your step. It could do your entire body good. CBS's Michael George explains.
A study published in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine found that walking fast for just 15 minutes a day boosts heart efficiency, lowers body weight, and lowers your risk of death by 20%. Researchers say the benefits are even greater among low-income and black communities.
The Dow is down 44 points in early trading. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a new plan for a controversial Seattle park. It's 7:03. First, let's check the drive. We head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb.
Here's
Here
Sully.
we go. Groundhog Day.
Watch that
again.
first step. It's a doozy.
It's cold as heck out there. Yeah, sorry guys, but this is what we got for the month of hell. We got an hour and 20-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 8-mile backup on southbound 5 begins in Mount Lake Terrace, goes all the way down through 85th, almost to the U District, all for the loss of those express lanes. Southbound 405 is bumper to bumper from before the Linwood split all the way down past 522. So here we go, back into it again. The rest of the map, as you might expect for a Tuesday, seeing some brake lights here and there, nothing out of the ordinary on the rest of the map. About a 35-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. Valley Freeway's 50. Federal Way to Seattle's about 55. 18 over Tiger Mountain, really starting to bog down now. Got some slowing in Maple Valley coming up 167 towards getting around the corner towards the golf course. Olympia to Tacoma, about 45 minutes with some sun glare to deal with. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. New plans are on the table to address nudity and other behavior at Seattle's Denny Blaine Park. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more on the changes being proposed by the city.
Manda, big problems for such a small park and beach along Lake Washington. You know, for years it's been nudity. And more recently, neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV they've witnessed sex acts and drugs.
It became a safe place for people and people on the sexual spectrum. And then all these creepy old guys came and started misbehaving in public.
There's public sex multiple times a day that really makes it an uncomfortable place for families.
All right, so the city of Seattle is now proposing they do this, to split the park into two sections. One that's clothing required, and then the beach would be clothing optional. They would put up visual barriers to separate the two areas, and then there would be more signage, more park rangers and staff, and people who do not comply would then face progressive enforcement. What is that? Well, it starts with education, then a warning, then a citation. citation, and then the cops would come in to address any criminal activity. Well, the neighborhood association there recently won an injunction on the nudity issue, and a judge gave the city 2 weeks to come up with their abatement plan. What are you going to do? But the association says they don't like the plan. So the city's going to hold a hearing August 6th, which is next Wednesday. A little more history here. I had to look up, okay, Denny Blaine. Who's Denny? Who's Blaine? What is this all about? What is this place? If you didn't know, named after Elbert Blaine and Charles Denny, son of Arthur Denny. I think a lot of people know who that is, Denny Grade, and one of the founding fathers of the city. The two of them began subdividing the region in 1910, but I found nothing about their views on nudity. Nothing.
I don't think it's something they talked about back then.
No, I don't think so. Probably the more clothes, the better. Maybe that's the lesson. But in our state, it is generally legal to be nude in public. So we'll see. Next Wednesday is the big showdown.
Thank you. Seattle's mayoral race just got a bit more interesting. A new poll shows Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are in a dead heat. Harrell has 33%, Wilson 31%. That's from a Change Research poll for the Northwest Progressive Institute. According to the Times, it also shows most voters haven't picked a candidate yet. The other 6 candidates are way behind, none above 3%. In Washington's primary, of course, only the top 2 move on. Pierce County Executive Ryan Mello says he has concerns about the Pierce County Sheriff's Office and the man at the top, Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank. Swank has shared controversial positions on issues like immigration, deportations, and assisting ICE with raids in Pierce County. Mello sees them as unnecessary distraction from public safety.
There's a lot of questionable things that come from this sheriff's Twitter account and out of his mouth, and I really hope we keep our head down and stay focused on keeping this community safe.
This morning, we expect to hear more about why a Lake Washington School District employee was arrested by ICE. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has more.
Fernando Rocha works as a theater manager at Juanita High School in Kirkland. ICE arrested him, saying that he didn't have the proper visa. But the school district says that it's got all the necessary paperwork to employ him. Rocha's first hearing is set for 10:30 this morning.
Seattle's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It is 7:08. Good morning. It's Tuesday, July 29th already. Charlie Harger's out for the rest of the week. He's on his way back from Cooperstown. I'm Manda Factor. Sully's here checking the roads, and it's already pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty nasty. What you were expecting is what you're getting coming out of Snohomish County.
It seems to hit the peak at the same time every day.
Yeah, pretty much. Right around just about 6:45 is when it really starts kind of going off the rails and gets up well over an hour, and it just kind of stays there for about the next 2 hours.
Rely
or 3
on you
hours,
to
actually.
Get us through the morning. Producer David Burbank is here. Scott Carty filling in for Katrina Gashard. And Nick Gracious at the control room running the board. Coming up on this hour of the show, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold weighs in on the new trade deal with the EU, President Trump's ultimatum for Russia, and, of course, the latest questions surrounding the president's friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Also, we're going to head to New York City with News Nation correspondent Marcus Espinoza for an update on the deadly shooting there in Midtown Manhattan. It's now 7:08. Boeing is still losing money, not as much as it was a year ago, though. The company reports this morning it lost $611 million last quarter. That's down from $1.44 billion during the same time last year. Revenue jumped to nearly $23 billion. That's thanks to more commercial plane deliveries, 150 this time compared to 92 last year. Adjusted earnings beat Wall Street expectations. A bomb scare for Frontier Airlines passengers departing to Seattle yesterday. Crew members found threatening notes. Upon landing in Denver, passengers were greeted by police and the bomb squad. The FBI says the threats were not serious. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman has more.
We did reach out to Frontier for more on the investigation. A spokesperson sent us this statement saying, in part, a security sweep of the aircraft resulted in no findings of concern, and the aircraft has been released back to service. Passengers were then, of course, transferred to a terminal via bus to be reunited with their luggage and continue with their travels. We also reached out to SEA here about what happened since the flight came from Seattle and went to Denver. A spokesperson says since it didn't happen here, they don't have a comment at this time.
A 26-year-old man has been arrested for attempted murder in connection with yesterday morning's shooting of a Lummi Nation police officer. Tony Hilaire is the chair of the Lummi Indian Business Council.
This tragic event is a reminder of the risks that our officers take each and every single day to keep our community safe.
The shooting happened just before 1 a.m. west of Bellingham. The 37-year-old officer was checking out a car that went into a ditch, and that's when investigators say the driver opened fire. He was taken into custody yesterday afternoon in Ferndale. The officer has had surgery and is said to be stable now. Snohomish County prosecutors say a 66-year-old man was stabbed to death over just a few dollars.
2 men are now charged with murder after that deadly robbery outside Marysville's Northwest Baptist Church back in March. KIRO 7 TV reports the sister of one of the suspects told detectives that this particular victim was targeted because he was thought to have had thousands of dollars in cash on him, but in reality, he had only $8. Prosecutors say surveillance footage and DNA evidence tied both men to the scene. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A late-night motorcycle crash in Tacoma left one man seriously hurt. Police say about 20 bikers were riding recklessly near 30th and North Pearl around 11 o'clock Friday night when one of them hit a median. Officers say the man is in his 20s. He was taken to the hospital but is expected to survive. According to the News Tribune, there's no word yet on whether anyone will be charged. The lights are almost all back on for Peninsula Light Company customers. After a rollover accident wiped out a power pole late yesterday, more than 6,000 customers were without power throughout Kitsap County. Crews have been working all night and are still at it. Peninsula Light Company was hoping for full restoration by 6 this morning, but about 2,100 customers are still waiting. And the Mariners got the job done in Sacramento yesterday against the Athletics 3-1. M's third baseman Ben Williamson flashed superb defense during the game, saving at least 2 potential runs with diving catches in crucial moments.
Swung on, line drive, diving catch by Williamson. Superman flying through the air, snares it, and that's the second out.
Here's the pitch of the way, swinging a ground ball to third. Diving stop by Williamson. Gets to the bag at third for the force on Rooker coming down the line. And Ben Williamson saves the day again.
The Mariners are making up some serious ground in the American League West with yesterday's victory. The M's are now just 3 games behind the Astros for the lead in the division. The team stays in Sacramento today for another matchup against the Athletics. First pitch 7:05 tonight. Every game is broadcast on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. It's now 7:12. That's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is with us. What a beautiful morning.
Gorgeous. Very few clouds, if any, in the sky. Just expect to see sunshine today, so we'll keep it simple and say Seattle gets to about 84, about 87 in Olympia, about 86 in Tacoma, and in the upper 70s and lower 80s around Everett to Bellingham. I think we see a few more clouds tomorrow with some showers and thunderstorms possible in the mountains, and then we all could see a little more of that cloud cover on Thursday and possibly even a few showers that drift off the Cascades. So we'll be in the 70s Thursday. So I have us at 84 today, about 82 tomorrow, then upper 70s on Thursday. Mostly cloudy and mainly dry on Friday, and then morning clouds, afternoon sun this weekend. I do wonder, though, if Thursday and Friday would impact Blue Angels practice. It probably will. So they may be doing the low show, but I think this weekend there won't be any trouble whatsoever.
It's going to be gorgeous. Those thunder showers in the mountains, a bit of a concern because of wildfire danger, right?
It is, for sure. Anytime this time of year we have that, yes. I will add, though, we do have some rain that go with it, but still, even with rain, it's tricky. You never want to have any lightning at all this time of year because it's so dry.
Right. Thanks, Nick. It's sunny and 60 in Seattle right now. And at 7:13, we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's up, Sully?
Well, we're looking at hour-and-a-half drives now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so 30 minutes behind schedule as we deal with the closure of the express lanes. If you've driven this corridor at any time for the last 2 weeks, this is what you've gotten used to at this time of day. The backup begins in Mount Lake Terrace and extends all the way down to the U District. For 405, it starts right before the I-5 split in Linwood and continues down south of 522. It's at least an hour and 10 minutes just from the Linwood area, so way behind schedule. We also have some brake lights in Marysville, across the trestle, and a little bit past the Boeing Freeway, but nothing like what's just ahead of you a couple of miles down the road. As we go the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's running 55 minutes now, just some off and on congestion. You know, the annoying stuff where you get up to speed, slow down, get up to speed, slow down. It's one of those days. Big gap in the middle through South Center and then past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. Rented to Bellevue is about 38 minutes as the S-curves are active, but nothing out of line. A little bit getting into the south end of Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine behind the on the Valley Freeway. About 48 minutes now from end to end. Still 45 from Olympia to Tacoma with some sun glare. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 7:15. Time once again to check in with KIRO News Radio Scott Carty in for Katrina.
Well, man, I wanted to let you know about something, let the public know about something. We're remembering a friend of KIRO News Radio and someone who did so much to help so many in our community. He was also a personal friend of mine, Dr. Gregory Jantz. On the 4th of July evening, Dr. Jantz died in a tragic accident at his home involving his beloved convertible that he had in the Edmonds Parade earlier that day. And the Jantz family wanted to relay that they are inviting the public to attend a memorial this Saturday at 2 p.m. at Westgate Chapel in Edmonds. There will also be a live stream on Westgate's website if you can't make it. Of course, Dr. Jantz, in the early 80s, he identified a gap in traditional mental health services, which led him to really pioneer a whole person care approach. And since then, he has helped thousands of people at the Center, Place of Hope in Edmonds. So
We're glad to pass that along.
Yeah,
What a horrible accident that was.
It was a horrible accident. He was a wonderful, wonderful man, and I'm sure it will be a beautiful celebration.
Thanks, Scott.
Yep.
It's 7:16.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
On Tuesdays, we check in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold for a look at the big national stories of the week. David, good morning. Lots happening with President Trump this week in terms of trade and also foreign policy. Bit of a distraction from some of the questions he's facing here at home. Let's start with a big trade deal announced Sunday with Europe. What is your analysis?
Well, this was a worse trade deal than Europe wanted. Europe wanted tariffs that would be in the single digits or maybe 10%, like the UK got at most. Instead, they realized that Trump was not going to go for that and ended up at 15. This is a situation where the nature of the EU, with so many different countries, with so many different agendas, some of them produce wine, some produce steel or cars, it made it really hard to get everybody on the same page, and it weakened their hand. So I think that this is a worse deal than they thought they were going to get, but this seems to be the new normal under Trump. These 15% tariffs is pretty common, even among U.S. allies.
Who's going to face the brunt of the tariffs more, the U.S. or European countries?
Well, I mean, it's going to be us, the U.S. taxpayers or U.S. consumers who are paying these tariffs. We're the actual ones who are going to pay more. That'll hurt European companies probably if there's less demand for BMWs or French wine. The bigger question is just whether this, creates the world that Trump wants. He wants tariffs because he wants there to be a comeback in American manufacturing, Americans to make more things and produce more things and sell them more overseas. That has not happened. It might take a long time to happen. In the meantime, what's going to happen is the prices are going to go up. So the political and economic repercussions of this, I think, are still really unclear.
What's in the hopper? Who's left for the U.S. to make a deal with before the deadline on Friday?
Well, India and China are the two big ones. China, I'm sure they're just going to extend the deadline again, probably to August 12th or something beyond that. India, it's a little unclear. Those are the biggest economies that haven't made trade deals. We had a good story today in the Times saying basically Trump has won this war in that he has gotten the trade world that he wanted. He broke up all these alliances, ended this world of pretty much free global trade, and is going to make a bunch of stuff cost more in the U.S. Like I said, the question now is whether the political and economic outcome of winning this war will be what he really wants.
And David, there was another big announcement from the president. He's shortening his deadline for Russia to make peace with Ukraine, now giving Putin just 10 days before he inflicts harsh sanctions on Russia. Do we know anything about those sanctions?
Well, there's a package of sanctions ready to go, basically, in the Senate that they would be pretty harsh on Russia, even beyond what the U.S. has done so far. But Trump has basically held that up, first because he was so friendly to Russia, and then because he gave Russia this really long deadline, 50 days, to try to end or withdraw from Ukraine. The bigger question is, what is he going to do to arm Ukraine? Is he going to resume the flow of weapons and military assistance in the way that the Biden administration had? That's probably his greatest leverage against Russia at this point.
Has the Kremlin responded?
Only in this sort of typical blustery way. It's interesting to me that Putin basically had Trump in the palm of his hand, and then someone managed to screw that up. Or maybe he feels like Trump is a paper tiger, so it doesn't matter what Trump says. But it is really interesting to me that Putin had this incredible situation. The President of the United States seemed to believe him over the country he invaded, and now he seems to be losing that.
Chatting with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. On another topic, the president is pushing back against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after Netanyahu claimed there is no starvation in Gaza. Help us sort this out.
Well, there is starvation in Gaza. We had a great story a few days ago about widespread starvation, especially among women and children in Gaza. It's an extremely bad situation there because the Israelis have kept aid from getting to many Gazans. So the question for Trump always is, how does it play on TV? What does it look like on TV? And now the images of starving children and mothers in Gaza have broken through. People have seen them. I think it's going to make it harder for him to stand with the Israelis completely in this situation. That said, he's let the Israelis take it to this place. I mean, he has been backing the Israelis to the hilt, helped back them not only in this invasion, but in the way that they've handled aid. So he's yet to really propose any sort of meaningful penalties on the Israelis, but maybe that is coming.
It seems the president is changing the way he deals with the likes of Netanyahu and Putin. What do you make of that?
With Trump, nothing ever lasts very long. No enemy is an enemy forever, and no friend is a friend forever. So, to me, he does seem to be changing his tactic, especially toward Putin. A little less, I think, toward Netanyahu. The difference to me in there is that there are a lot of Republicans in Washington who would like him to be harder on Putin, and there aren't a lot of Republicans who want him to be harder on Netanyahu. Netanyahu has this sort of messianic Christian base in the U.S., so that's why I think it's more likely that if he stays hard on Putin, there'll be more backing for him. I think he'll get a lot of pushback if he goes too hard on Netanyahu from within his own party.
While all of this is happening abroad, back here at home, the issue of the Jeffrey Epstein files is not going away. He's continued to face a barrage of questions surrounding his friendship with Epstein. Where does this all stand, and where's it going to go?
Well, we're just getting now drips of new information all the time. We got some last week about Trump writing notes to Jeffrey Epstein on his 50th birthday or drawing him some kind of cartoon. Trump said yesterday that he'd been invited to Epstein's private island in the Bahamas, where apparently a lot of horrible things happened. Trump says he said no. The key to me is what Ghislaine Maxwell, the imprisoned accomplice of Epstein, knows and what she's willing to say. She's trying to get out of jail, saying that the government broke an immunity deal when it prosecuted her a few years ago. To me, she seems to be the person who would know really the nature of that relationship. I'm sure Trump knows that too. And so the question is, what will happen to her, and will she be able to have any sort of public say?
Trump has apparently been toying with the idea of pardoning her. What would that look like?
I mean, I guess in that situation, it would look pretty guilty from his perspective, because he's pardoning somebody who has possible incriminating evidence about him. So that person, I think she can be really unlikely to say bad things about him if he let her out of federal prison. I don't understand how he'd justify that. What's the interest to the public in pardoning Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice? If he did these horrible things and she helped him do these horrible things, what does it benefit anybody to let her out of jail? It looks like a self-interested move. But, he's done other things that look self-interested and done them anyway.
We'll see. David, we always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. It's approaching 7:23, and time once again to check your drive. We get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And it is a repeat of what we have expected on southbound 5 and southbound 405 out of the Linwood area. I-5 and 405 are experiencing hour-and-a-half drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, with an hour and 10 of that just from Linwood, so behind schedule by 25 minutes or so. Again, this is all due to the closure of the I-5 express lanes in the southbound direction. For I-5, the backup begins right at Mount Lake Terrace and continues down through the U District. 405 from before Linwood all the way down past 522 and a kind of inching towards Totem Lake. So basically this is a repeat of every day last week and yesterday, just a little bit heavier today with the volume. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, now up to about 40 minutes. The S-curves are active. We had an earlier crash there, plus we're starting to see a little bit at the north end. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, it's not terrible. We're under 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Most of the brake lights there are getting into and through the Auburn area, plus a little bit at the north end. Federal Way to Seattle's close to an hour. I think last week we saw Tuesday, Wednesday, we saw hour drives on I-5. Tuesday's one of our heaviest commuting days, so even with the express lanes open in the northbound direction, we're still seeing an hour drive from Federal Way to Seattle. That's just a ton of people heading into downtown today. Olympia to Tacoma, 45 minutes. Nothing shocking about that. The lake bridges are still fine. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful sunshine for today. We'll warm up to 84 as we greet the ships for Fleet Week tomorrow. A little bit cooler. We'll see some clouds roll in. 82 tomorrow. And then Thursday, we could see a few scattered showers. Not a washout, but you might get a little wet. 77 the high on Thursday. Rebounding weather for the weekend with partly to mostly sunny skies for Seafair weekend. Right now, sunshine and 62 in Seattle. And coming up, News Nation correspondent Marcus Espinoza will join us from New York City, where 4 people were shot dead yesterday. We'll get details on that here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
G. Scott here to talk about Sunbucks, a SNAP program that provides free, healthy food when school is out. If you could use the help, simply fill out the form online to determine eligibility for $120 of free food per child. If families had cards last year, they have been replenished. If families need new cards, they can call the Sunbucks Call Center. This message is presented by Safeway, where customers can use SNAP to save on produce and shop online. Visit hungerfreewa.org/summer EBT.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
DayandNight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
DayandNight.net.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Saturday, August 23rd, enjoy the 30th birthday bash for University Place at Cirque Park, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Bands all day, over 50 vendors, beer garden, and family zone. Don't miss it August 23rd. Special thanks to Honest Home Solutions.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:30. New polling numbers are out, and it is a tight race for Seattle mayor. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with more.
Yeah, Amanda, this public poll shows it is a statistical tie between Mayor Bruce Harrell and challenger Katie Wilson. 33% for Harrell, 31% for Wilson. Last hour, we told you about how they both think about, affordable housing, that it's a huge issue in Seattle in this upcoming election. Now to policing. In the past, Wilson has said she wants to defund the police. And now?
Look, it's 2025. No one is talking about defunding the police. We have problems with policing in this country, and we have problems with policing in Seattle. And, frankly, we have not gone as far as a lot of cities around the country have in addressing those problems over the last 5 years. And police accountability is one of those things, right?
And now Harrell also joined us here on KIRO News Radio, and here's what he said about police and crime.
Crime rates are great. When I took office, we lost 300 officers. We had a demoralized police department, and right now we're getting over 4,000 applications. So I took a demoralized police department, and through changing policies and inspiration, we're building them back up.
All right, back to the poll conducted by the Northwest Progressive Institute. The next closest candidate is Joe Mallahan with 3% of the vote. The other three candidates in the race polled less than that. That said, 27% of people polled said they're still not sure who to vote for, so plenty of votes to go. According to the poll, the big issues in this race, public safety, affordability, can you live here in the city where you work, and homelessness. The Ducey family, my family, voted last night, and from my 19-year-old daughter's perspective, I sat down with her. We went through every race. A young voter, homelessness is the highest on that list for her. She also said this, though, which is kind of interesting from her perspective. She really had no idea who any of the candidates were, as in she felt that they weren't focused on reaching younger voters like her. And she may or may not have put her name on the ballot for King County Executive, but I'm just kidding. But so it's just interesting perspective from younger voters, but it's going to be a tight race.
Well, now she can go to mynorthwest.com to learn about these candidates. So you can find all of our interviews with a number of the Seattle mayoral candidates there on KIRO News Radio's YouTube page or mynorthwest.com. An overnight car fire in Seattle's Belltown neighborhood. Viewer video to KIRO 7 TV shows flames getting very close to burning nearby trees and cars. This happened at Vine Street in Western. No word on the cause of the fire or any injuries. And an unnerving situation for passengers out of SeaTac on a Frontier Airlines flight yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman spoke with one of the passengers after landing safely in Denver.
It was just kind of a scary moment. We pull up to just emergency vehicles everywhere on the side of us. And then bomb squad showed up with their dogs.
That was the experience for Kelsey Hines and everyone else on Frontier Flight 3406 out of SEA to Denver Monday morning.
You could feel the tension. There's lights and sirens everywhere.
Crew members found threatening notes mid-flight, forcing everyone off the plane.
They let us know that we needed to leave everything on the airplane, including phones and wallets.
Upon their investigation, the FBI of Denver says there was no evidence of a threat.
It's now 7:33 and time to check your drive. Once again, it's not easy everywhere. And we get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are looking at about an hour and 40-minute trip now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. That's about a 30-minute delay over what you would expect. That's about what we saw last Tuesday, Wednesday. And so, Tuesday's one of our heaviest days of the week. So, and it just shows you just how many people use those express lanes in the southbound direction. But they're not in operation because of the construction going northbound. And so even from Linwood, the travel times are an hour and 15 minutes. So, about 30 minutes behind schedule coming out of Snohomish County. The rest of the map looks like a typical Tuesday. We got 45 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue up the 405 corridor. And behind that, definitely a 30-minute trip from Auburn to Renton and 50 from Puyallup to Renton. And getting reports there might be a new crash on northbound 167 as you get into Renton. So I'll check into that and have more for you on 10 10 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle's now up to an hour and 10, so it's a typical Tuesday there. 35 minutes to South Center, 35 minutes to from South Center. Across the lake, we're still doing okay, though I'm picking up some slowing on westbound I-90, just getting off the tip of Mercer Island. Might have a new crash there, just where we had one yesterday at this time. This traffic report is brought to you by KIRO Radio's Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio shows straight to your inbox.
Beautiful day today, sunshine and 84. A little bit cooler tomorrow. We'll see a few clouds roll in, and then Thursday we might even see a few scattered showers. Right now in Seattle, skies are clear. The sun is shining. It is 60 degrees.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
It's now 7:36. Police in New York City say 4 people are dead, another wounded after a mass shooting in an office building in Midtown Manhattan. Still a lot of questions this morning about the shooter and his motives. Joining us now from New York City is News Nation correspondent Marcus Espinoza. Marcus, let's start with the victims. What do we know about them?
Hi, Amanda. Yeah, so this is a tragic scene here, obviously, and there are multiple victims. And right now, I think everybody's trying to understand why this would happen and how this happened. But there's one known victim right now, as far as we've been able to identify here, and it was a Blackstone executive, Wesley LaPlanter, and she was really at the top of her game, described by her company there. They put out a statement that says, "Words cannot express the devastation we feel. Wesley was a beloved member of the Blackstone family and will be sorely missed. She was brilliant, passionate, warm, generous, deeply respected within our firm and beyond." She was one of the victims there. 4 people killed, including that New York City police officer, Officer Islam. He was 3.5 years on the force, basically brand new there. He had a family. His wife was pregnant with their 3rd child. He was working security here at 345 Park Avenue, no doubt to provide for his family. He's from Bangladesh, had clearly had a loving family, known for having a deep, deep faith as well. And so it's a devastating morning, and it was a devastating evening last night as I arrived after the scene. Truly remarkable, the devastation. And you might have seen the picture circulating of the gunman walking in with an M4 rifle into 345 Park Avenue. It's just astounding, absolutely astounding. And really, I use the word, it was insanity yesterday to see that picture, to see the chaos that was caused when he walked into that building, immediately fired upon Officer Islam, and then proceeded to the elevator, let a woman go who got off the elevator, and then went up to the 32nd and then 33rd floor there. He was trying to find, according to authorities, the NFL offices, which are headquartered here as well. And he had a note on him, according to the mayor, that said he is blaming the NFL for his CTE that he claims he had. That could be the potential motivation here, right, behind the shooting. So there's just so much to unpack, Manda.
Did he ever play for the NFL?
No, he never played for the NFL. He just, it appears he played football at some point, but he was not an active or former NFL player.
You mentioned that picture. It is stunning. I can't get it out of my head. It's just broad daylight, and he walks in with that big old rifle. It just, I can't wrap my head around it.
I can't get it out of my head either. I don't think anybody, I want to go over the timeline too. So he drove across country to come here to do what he did yesterday, 628. Surveillance video shows that picture that you're talking about. He double parked his BMW that was registered to him. He hops out of the car with that M4 style rifle. He entered the building lobby, immediately shot Officer Islam and a nearby woman, and then he took the elevator to the upper floors, shot another security guard and man, and then he took the elevator to that 33rd floor, shot and killed another person before killing himself. He ended up on the wrong floor in his eyes, according to authorities. About he was trying to find the NFL floor, ended up on a different floor there, and still decided to shoot the folks up there before turning the gun on himself, shot himself in his chest because apparently wanting to preserve his brain for research. But that picture of him 628 walking into that building with that rifle, I said this yesterday live, right after this was all happening, and I said, even if people saw him, my guess is they must have been like, there's no way that's what I'm looking at.
Right.
There's no way there's a guy walking into a building with a rifle right now. Now, there's a lot of movie sets around New York City.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot, you know, there's all kinds of, I've seen a lot in New York City. This, you know, there weren't any setup or cameras or anything going on. So not that would be the conclusion drawn, but I think it would have just been, there's no way that's what I am watching right now. And it was, and so I go back to that picture because it's a freeze frame, a snapshot in time of what would happen immediately after. And that's kind of where my mind goes, is that picture shows devastation is about to happen. And they described it as evil visited New York City yesterday.
Stunning. Marcus, thank you so much for your update. We'll listen for more. News Nation correspondent Marcus Espinoza. Check on traffic is next.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in Moss Eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof too. Because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
Summer can be the best time of the year, but if it's not feeling good in your house, if it's turning into an oven, some of the problems might be because you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic. In fact, many homes in our region have damaged insulation or even none at all. Yeah, it's Mike Salk here, and you got to get somebody to check on it. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out and do a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. And if it turns out that you've got a problem with your insulation, and maybe that's leading to bigger energy bills, guess what? Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of getting your house properly insulated. In fact, if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your attic properly insulated. Yep, 95%. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
It's 7:43. That's time for a traffic update. We do that every 10 minutes. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to know what your arteries look like coming away from your head, just look at the drive. Think of Linwood as your head, and then you've got two red lines of blood coming down. It's all, and I mean, I got to give everybody a laugh because it's brutal out there. It's hard when you're dealing with an hour and 15-minute trip just from Linwood to get you from Linwood to Seattle or Bellevue, and an hour and 40 all the way from Everett. Yeah, it's not pretty. 405 is bumper to bumper past 522, and then now extending into Totem Lake. I-5 is bumper to bumper from Mount Lake Terrace through the U District. 99 is just, it's ugly. I mean, we're talking from about 105th and Northgate all the way into South Lake Union. That is not moving. Lake City Way backed up pretty significantly as well. So if you're coming down from the north end, you can plan on that 30-minute delay or more, depending on where you're going. Coming the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle is about an hour and 10-minute trip, 35 minutes up to South Center, 35 minutes from. It's pretty heavy past the north end of Boeing Field, past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, about 45 minutes, heavy up past 44th, plus more over I-90. Speaking of I-90, we do have a crash just off the west tip of Mercer Island. A couple of cars tangled up, but not too bad. They're over on the right-hand shoulder just as you get off the island and start your way down towards the floating bridge. So plan on a couple of extra minutes minutes there. 520's not bad. Valley Freeway over 50 minutes now, and we're really seeing heavy brake lights on 167 southbound. Good friend Tony from Buckley telling me we got a crash there right at Meridian, and we do, so it's pretty heavy in that general area. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, lots of sunshine for today. We're going to warm up to about 84. Tomorrow, just a tad cooler. A few clouds will join the mix and a high of 82. And then by Thursday, we might even see some scattered showers. 77 the high. So far, the big Seafair weekend, though, looks nice. Partly to mostly sunny with those highs staying in the mid and upper 70s. Sunny and 62 in Seattle right now. And it's 7:45. Katrina's off today, so we check in with KIRO News Radio Scott Carty.
I'm just over here checking my pulse after all that artery
all the
talk.
artery talk.
Yeah. Amanda, we're following the second quarter earnings call with Boeing that's going on right now. And it started off with Kelly Ortberg, the president and CEO, expressing condolences.
First, I want to express our sincere condolences to the loved ones of everyone on board Air India Flight 171, as well as those affected on the ground. Our team continues to provide technical assistance to the ongoing investigation led by India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, or AAIB, and we're supporting our customers in any way we can.
That call started just about 15 minutes ago. In May, they announced their largest wide-body order ever, up to 210 planes. And Ortberg says that they're seeing nice momentum across the business. However, the company's report shows they lost $611 million last quarter, but that's less than half of what it lost a year ago.
All right, Scott, thank you. It's 7:46, and coming up, what's new with the Epstein files? CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us from the nation's capital with the latest twists and turns here on Seattle's Morning News.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it. On us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. It is 7:50. President Donald Trump is calling the Jeffrey Epstein issue a hoax. It comes amid a push by Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, to have her conviction overturned. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand is joining us from the White House now. Bring us up to speed, Natalie.
Good morning, Manda. Good to be with you. Well, essentially, Maxwell's lawyer is renewing their request for the U.S. Supreme Court to take a look at her case and essentially hear her appeal, arguing that that older prosecution deal reached between Florida federal prosecutors and Jeffrey Epstein should have shielded her, too, from the separate charges brought in New York. Now, this was a request that her attorneys had initially made months ago. And what's interesting is the DOJ had responded in its own filing to the Supreme Court saying that this request should be denied, basically referencing longstanding DOJ policy that, an agreement made between a defendant and one U.S. attorney doesn't necessarily bind U.S. attorneys everywhere nationwide. But the Epstein Maxwell's team is asking the Supreme Court to give this another look. And, we still don't have a ruling from the Supreme Court or any knowledge of when they might take this up. But what was really striking is Maxwell's attorney, who, we've seen and heard in recent days following that interview between Maxwell and the administration's Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. He wrote a statement following this renewed request to the Supreme Court, even appealing to President Trump himself, quote, to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Maxwell for Epstein's crimes, saying he's not only appealing the Supreme Court, but President Trump. And keep in mind, Manda, Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence for a conviction of sex trafficking related to a scheme of grooming underage girls for sexual abuse.
Is Trump really toying with the idea of pardoning her?
Well, he's been asked a couple of different times now, most recently yesterday when speaking to reporters from Scotland. And he did say, it's inappropriate to talk about it. But his full quote was, "I'm allowed to give her a pardon. No one's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it." And then, he goes on to try to, dismiss talking about the case, especially while he was, traveling abroad. But it's something that he continues to face in terms of a question that's being asked of him. He's kind of not giving a full answer, but based on his answers so far, not completely ruling it out.
We're just about out of time, but is there any chance the tapes of those interviews between Todd Blanche and Maxwell will be released?
So this is something that Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee are pushing for. They wrote the DOJ a letter requesting that all of that information be released, and also questioning, why Blanche sat down with her, what the, intent there was. And interesting to note, Manda, that lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, as well as former federal prosecutors that I've talked to, they really question the reliability of anything Maxwell is saying, given, her appeal, her desire for her case to be looked at again or a reduced sentence. So they're really questioning what exactly the veracity of what she has to say.
Natalie, thanks so much for the update this morning. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand at the White House. It's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Take it away, Sully.
And we've got a heavy Tuesday out there across the board. Our travel times are elevated over what you might expect even during summer. I'm going to start, of course, up in the north end where we're running 20 minutes behind schedule on both 5 and 405. Hour and 40-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, with an hour and 15 of that alone just from Linwood. And this is all because of the express lanes not being in the southbound direction. I got to go with and this one I haven't mentioned, a 2-hour wait at the Edmonds dock now on the state ferry service. We had a lack of crew cause a couple of cancellations, and we're still on a one-boat schedule until probably about 9 o'clock. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 10 minutes. Valley Freeway is now up to 55, with 35 of those minutes from Auburn, and Renton to Bellevue is about 45. Getting over across the lake, we still have this crash on the right-hand shoulder as you get off the tip of Mercer Island on westbound 90. Got about 25 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle on both of the lake bridges. The drive across 18 is pretty heavy, and we are looking at a crash right at Meridian on southbound 167 right as you get into Puyallup. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast right now, it's sunny and 62. We are headed for a high of 84 today, just a little bit cooler tomorrow. Coming up, is the new diverging diamond working? Chris Sullivan has a choke point coming up at 8:15. This is KIRO News Radio.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit blowingclassic.com for more.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Lori,
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient, slashing utility bills. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and ventilation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. New York City's mayor says the gunman who shot and killed 4 people in a Manhattan office skyscraper was targeting the headquarters of the National Football League.
He took the wrong elevator bank up to the NFL headquarters. Instead, it took him to Rudin Management, and that is where he carried out additional shootings.
Mayor Eric Adams was on CBS Mornings.
He felt he had CTE, a known brain injury for those who participate in contact sports.
The gunman, a Las Vegas man, shot and killed himself. An NFL employee was one of the wounded. An off-duty police officer was one of those killed. CBS News law enforcement contributor Richard Esposito on the investigation.
First, they will continue to explore his motive. They'll continue to ask the questions that we all want to know. How did someone with a documented mental health history have a concealed carry permit for a gun?
Now to Reno, Nevada, where 3 people were killed, 3 others hurt yesterday when a man opened fire in the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford says the suspect was wounded.
In total, 6 victims were shot. 3 of them are now deceased. 2 remain in critical condition, and 1 was released.
Police say the motive for the attack is not clear. Extreme heat has settled in for much of the eastern half of the country. Even lifeguards need a break.
I am burning up out here. On our breaks, we jump in from time to time, which is really nice for keeping us cool.
CBS New York meteorologist Craig Allen says it's especially bad in the Mississippi Valley.
This is an area that will have actual air temperatures that are over 100 degrees, and combined with the humidity will make it feel like it's over 120 degrees on the body.
A new Fortune Global 500 list is out, as we hear from CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
Walmart is number 1 for the 12th straight year, but that might not be for long, as Fortune's Vice President of Research, Scott DiCarlo, points out.
In the last couple of years, Amazon has been closing in on them to take over the number 1 spot, and I think we might see that happen. Most likely, I think it might be next year, based on how the revenue is growing.
According to the list, the U.S. remains in the lead over Greater China with the most companies, and 33 women CEOs lead Fortune Global 500 companies, setting a new record at 6.6%.
The Federal Reserve has begun a 2-day policy meeting. Despite President Trump's insistence that interest rates should be cut, no change is expected. And on Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 137 points. The S&P is off 1. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
It's 8:03, and coming up, nudists versus the neighbors, a new plan for a controversial Seattle park. First, we check in with Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, it's Groundhog Day. Again?
How long can I get away with this? Because I've got 2 more weeks of this.
Keep going. We need to chuckle.
I got to keep finding some things. Yeah, it's rough. Hour and 20-minute trips from Linwood to Seattle or Bellevue at this point. So that's about a 25-minute delay over even a typical Tuesday, in summer. And again, this is all because of the express lanes not being open in the southbound direction on I-5. So just an hour and 40 all the way from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And as we've talked about, southbound 99 from about Northgate all the way into South Lake Union, Lake City Way, Ravenna, any southbound road is really getting caught up in this. We are still working on a heavy day out there overall. 45 minutes Renton to Bellevue, about 50 up the Valley Freeway from Puyallup to Renton, about an hour and 10 from Federal Way to Seattle, which overall is not too bad. 25 minutes across the lake, even with a crash westbound 90 just off of Mercer Island on the right shoulder. 2-hour wait at the Edmonds Ferry Dock, 1 boat for about another hour. We had a lack of crew this morning, and we're still working with this crash in downtown Puyallup, right there at Meridian, westbound 167. Southbound, excuse me. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's It's 8:04. It's Seattle's Morning News. Thanks for making us part of your day. Charlie Harger is off this week. I'm Manda Factor. New plans are on the table to address nudity and other behavior at Seattle's Denny Blaine Park. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with more on the changes being proposed by the city.
Amanda, these are big problems for such a small park and beach along Lake Washington Boulevard, across the street from Kurt Cobain's old house, in case you were wondering where it was. For years, it's been nudity. More recently, neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV they witness sex acts and drugs.
It became a safe place for people and people on the sexual spectrum. And then all these creepy old guys came and started misbehaving in public.
There's public sex multiple times a day that really makes it an uncomfortable place for families.
So the city of Seattle is now proposing this, to split the park into two sections. One that's clothing required, and the beach then would be clothing optional. They would put up visual barriers to separate the two areas, and then there would be more signage, more park rangers and staff, and people who don't comply would face progressive enforcement. First, you'd start out with a little education, and then a warning, then a citation, and then the cops would come in, if that all doesn't work, to address any criminal activity. So the neighborhood association there recently sought an injunction to close the park. A judge said no, the park's going to stay open, but the judge gave the city 2 weeks to come up with their abatement plan. The association took a look, and they say they hate the plan. The city's going to hold a hearing on August 6th, which is next Wednesday. You know, in our state, it is generally legal to be nude in public, so there's that. Sounds like they will be getting to the naked truth of the issue coming up. Oh, come on.
No, you didn't.
Come on.
Thank you, Luke.
You bet.
It's 8:06. Seattle's mayoral race just got a bit more interesting. A new poll shows Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are in a dead heat. Harrell has 33% to Wilson's 31%. That's from a Change Research poll from the Northwest Progressive Institute. According to the Times, it also shows most voters haven't picked a candidate yet. The other 6 candidates way behind, none above 3%. In Washington's primary, only the top 2 move on. Smoke from the Bear Gulch fires now drifting across the Olympics. You could even see the haze from downtown Seattle yesterday. That fire is burning near Lake Cushman. Crews say it's mostly creeping through the moss and the brush, but there is still some torching in the trees. According to the Seattle Times, it's grown to nearly 1,100 acres. It's only 10% contained. And good progress is being made on the Burdone fire near the Columbia River Gorge. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
It's now 50% contained. This fire's been burning for weeks now, but it is safe enough to reopen a stretch of Highway 14.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It is 8:07 on a beautiful Tuesday morning. It's the 29th of July. Charlie's off for the rest of the week. Headed back from Cooperstown, I'm Manda Factor. Sully's here checking the roads, and it is not good coming in from the north end.
No, not at all. We have a repeat, rinse and repeat, I guess, is what we've had every day this week and last week. It's ugly.
All right, keep us posted. Producer David Burbank is here. Scott Carty filling in for Katrina. And Nick Kreisha is in the control room running the board. Coming up, you have a choke point, Chris?
Yep, going to take a look at the new diverging diamond. Going to take you through it over in Snoqualmie and why it's not quite working at 100% efficiency yet.
Also, G. Scott will stop by with some thoughts ahead of Seafair. How does G feel about the Blue Angels noise debate? We'll find out. It's 8:08. This morning, we expect to hear more about why a Lake Washington School District employee was arrested by ICE. More from KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon.
Fernando Rocha works as a theater manager at Juanita High School in Kirkland. ICE arrested him, saying that he didn't have the proper visa. But the school district says that it's got all the necessary paperwork to employ him. Rocha's first hearing is set for 10:30 this morning.
Pierce County Executive Ryan Mello says he has concerns about the Pierce County Sheriff's Office and the man at the top, Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank. Swank has shared controversial positions on issues like immigration, deportations, and assisting ICE with raids in Pierce County. Mello sees them as an unnecessary distraction from public safety.
There's a lot of questionable things that come from the sheriff's Twitter account and out of his mouth, and I really hope we keep our head down and stay focused on keeping this community safe.
Sheriff Swank makes no apologies for his controversial positions and statements and has at times doubled down. Police have made an arrest in yesterday morning's shooting of a Lummi Nation police officer.
Whatcom County Sheriff Danelle Tanksley says the officer was checking on the driver of a vehicle that had gone into a ditch west of Bellingham, and that driver opened fire, hitting the officer multiple times.
Violence against law enforcement is an attack on the safety and security of all of us.
The 26-year-old suspect was arrested Monday afternoon in Ferndale, and investigators think he may have had help getting there. The 37-year-old officer, who transferred to the department from out of state less than a year ago, has undergone surgery. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The wounded officer's condition is now described as stable. There is some encouraging news about crime.
Crime is down in Washington state. That assessment from the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. It found the murder rate, though still higher than pre-pandemic levels, dropped by nearly 19% between 2023 and 24. Other violent and property crimes decreased too. Drug and firearms violations, categorized as crimes against society, increased 31%. That may be because more offenders are being arrested now that the state has a relatively new drug possession law on the books.
That's Heather Bosch. Washington state still ranks at the bottom of all 50 states for the number of officers per person. A bomb scare for Frontier Airlines passengers leaving SeaTac Airport yesterday. Crew members found threatening notes. Upon landing in Denver, passengers were greeted by police and the bomb squad. The FBI says the threat was not serious. We get more from KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman.
We did reach out to Frontier for more on the investigation. A spokesperson sent us this statement saying, in part, a security sweep of the aircraft resulted in no findings of concern, and the aircraft has been released back to service. Passengers were then, of course, transferred to a terminal via bus to be reunited with their luggage and continue with their travels. We also reached out to SEA here about what happened since the flight came from Seattle and went to Denver. A spokesperson says since it didn't happen here, they don't have a comment at this time.
It's 8:11. Big win for the Mariners yesterday against the Athletics in Sacramento. The M's new first baseman Josh Naylor's already creating quite the impact in just 4 games with the team. He went yard for the first time in a Mariners jersey last night.
And Josh Naylor leads it off with a swing and a drive deep to right field. Going and goodbye baseball.
M's went on to win 3-1. They're now 3 games back for the lead in the division. Mariners will take on the Athletics again today, looking for a series victory. First pitch, 7:05. You can listen to the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And in case you missed it, it became official Friday. The Mill Creek Little League All-Star Girls softball team is headed to the Little League World Series. The Northwest Regional Championship game was no cakewalk for the Mill Creek ladies. They were down 9-6 in the 8th against the team from Hermiston, Oregon, before mounting an incredible comeback to win 10-9 in walk-off fashion.
To the Little League Softball World Series. We're tied at 9 in the 8th. In center. Base hit. Here comes the winning run, Sewell. And Washington wins a classic in San Bernardino in 8 innings, 10-9.
Call from ESPN. Isn't that cool? Mill Creek will represent Washington in the Little League World Series. They open against Southeast champion Lake Mary Little League of Florida August 3rd. Game times and broadcasts are yet to be announced. It's 8:12. Time for a check on the weather. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Beautiful sunshine today. In fact, I can barely find a cloud in the sky out there now, and more than likely all day. Now, I will add tomorrow we are going to see a few more clouds, some morning marine cloud cover, and then also some showers and thunderstorms off the Cascades. I think would increase some clouds for the lowlands. We'll still be about the same temperature, though, in the low to mid 80s. And then on Thursday, the same thing happens, except that we may see even a few showers come off the mountains in the upper 70s. Mainly dry and mostly cloudy on Friday in the upper 70s. And then this weekend, morning clouds, afternoon sun, and we should find 70s for seafaring. Yeah, all the way up to 84 today, 87 in Tacoma, and about 87 in Olympia, about 86 in Tacoma, and about 78 to 80 from Bellingham into Everett.
Beautiful sunny skies right now. It's warmed up to 64 in Seattle. And at 8:13, we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's up, Sully?
Well, we're working with the grind out of Snohomish County, primarily just away from Linwood. For 405, the brake lights begin just kind of right there, right before the express toll lanes begin. And you're on the brakes, bumper to bumper, all the way down to about Totem Lake, to about 116th. It's an hour and 15-minute trip from Linwood down to Bellevue, so behind schedule by about 20 minutes. For I-5, it looks really good through Linwood and Mount Lake Terrace, but then about 195th, you start hitting the brakes just south of the Edmonds exit, and it's also an hour and 15 minutes from Linwood down to Seattle. And you would imagine 99 is bumper to bumper past Green Lake and the zoo all the way down into South Lake Union. Roosevelt's getting into it now. It's also through Montlake, 522. Any southbound route on the west side of the lake is just caught up in this as your people are trying to find other ways. But again, this is going to be our life until the middle of August when the construction on northbound I-5 wraps up on the Ship Canal Bridge. Speaking of bridges, we have heavy brake lights on 520 and I-90 today. Give yourself about 30 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour drive now as we're starting to see things loosen up a little bit. Renton to Bellevue still at 45. The Valley Freeway's trying to clear out. It's about 50 minutes, and we're still seeing brake lights right there around the 167, 512 corridor there on southbound 167 trying to get into Meridian. Crash on the ramp there. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 8:15. Katrina is off. We check in with KIRO Newsradio's Scott Carty.
Manda, purple and gold is going up with the blues tomorrow.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, University of Washington is announcing that UW professor of aeronautics and astronautics Jim Hermanson gets to buckle up in a Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet, also known as a Blue Angel.
Yeah.
He gets to do that tomorrow morning, and the jet's going to soar over the UW campus.
It's about to get a lot loud around here.
So they're encouraging anybody, if you're on campus, to look up to see if Hermanson waves at you. Hopefully he's not going to wave with just one finger to anybody, but, it'll be a general wave. And it's been more than 25 years since UW has had somebody, one of their faculty members, go up in the plane. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool experience.
Is here.
Would you guys, if you were given the chance, would you go up?
1,000%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I have
me
my
too.
foot already out the door for that if that happens, man.
And it's Fleet Week, too.
Fleet Week,
Big
too, yeah.
parade of ships today.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
It's 8:15.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, the state's newest interchange opened last Friday, the one we've been telling you about at I-90 and Highway 18 in Snoqualmie. Is it working? Well, the guy to ask is Chris Sullivan.
And not exactly at 100% capacity yet, especially on those Sunday afternoon getbacks. As people know, that drive coming down through North Bend and you approach 18 there from westbound I-90, primarily on Sundays.
And you did this by choice last Sunday?
Well, no, they do have cameras. They do have things. So I was watching it really carefully on Sunday afternoon. I was corresponding with people who were driving through it and what they were experiencing because I wanted to see, because one of the reasons why they did this whole diverging diamond there at SR 18 and I-90 was to try to get rid of some of that horrible, horrible congestion, especially on the weekends. And it turns out we're probably not going to see that go away until the entire project is finished.
We're still working at it. Those Sunday afternoon commutes are still going to be challenging in the neighborhood.
That's Brian Nielsen, the regional administrator for the Washington Department of Transportation. He says we're probably going to be stuck with this until the widening finishes coming up this fall.
We have to finish this widening first. The pinch point is really just south of the interchange, so until we finish that this fall, people should probably still expect to see congestion through the interchange.
And if you haven't driven this in a while or know that whole area, they're widening Highway 18 just south of I-90. So as you go through the diverging diamond, you drive into a construction zone and a reduction of lanes. So until that goes away, we really won't know how much this will impact the drive. But the good news is, I drove it a bunch. I've shot some video. It's up at mynorthwest.com, and it's up on our YouTube channel right now live as we're talking about it. The good thing and the real big change is that there now are 2 lanes of westbound I-90 that actually exit to Highway 18. What we're looking at right now is getting off the freeway from eastbound 18 and then going up to Snoqualmie Parkway. But, now that there are 2 lanes exiting off of westbound 90, that should really help that Sunday afternoon backup. And what makes the DDI unique is that when you exit I-90 and turn, you immediately turn into the left-hand lanes, the opposite lanes of traffic. That's what makes it a diverging interchange. You drive in the closest lane through you, and you're through the interchange. Very smooth. Likely confusing the first time. In fact, just got some feedback on our text line from Josiah, who's actually working on that project, and he's been driving through it, and he says, yeah, it works really well. And so it's just, the idea is you want to prevent people turning left in front of oncoming traffic. So you just get rid of that by driving on the opposite lane of traffic. And so I talked to the State Patrol about this, and the goal there, obviously, safety.
We're thankful for this project, and we're hoping to see a reduction of congestion. We'd like to see traffic moving further faster and allow people to get to where they want to be.
Lieutenant Pete Torto expects a little bit of a learning curve.
It's going to be new for a week or two, or the first couple times you go through there, but we expect all in all a better commuter experience with this interchange.
And hopefully a lot less late merging, road rage, and frustration.
I'm hopeful with the 2 lanes exiting off of Interstate 90, that's going to take some of the congestion off of that, as you mentioned, that right lane being stopped as people tried to exit in the past. And I think with this interchange having more capacity, we're going to hopefully see a reduction in that congestion.
I was talking to a few people yesterday who were driving it who knew that there are 2 lanes exiting. And they're like, they drove by a half mile of people in the right lane because that's what they've been used to. And he just drove up in the lane and they were probably expecting him to merge late. Yeah. Well, lo and behold, the second lane is open.
He didn't have
that
to.
You can get there. So now we still have some paving, some permanent striping to do. And so there are going to be some closures around the interchange until that work is completed. But once the widening of SR 18 is done, there will be about 4 miles of 2-lane road south of I-90 that should help ease all the merging and get everything until we get to the single lane at Tiger Mountain. So we'll see how it goes. Contractor's still on schedule to finish the widening this fall, and then we'll be able to start judging whether or not this is really going to help those Sundays. And, of course, by the time it's finished, summer travel will be over.
Yeah.
But so we may not really know until next summer. But it's a cool thing. Check it out at mynorthwest.com, and you can go back and check it on our YouTube channel as well. Interesting idea, and not quite up to full capacity as of yet. But, yeah, I like it. It should work well.
I think watching your video really helps you understand it, too. It made me a little bit queasy.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because
sorry.
you were driving.
Yeah, I was driving. and to be fair, this is the first time I've been doing a lot of dash cam videos. We're doing a lot more video. I had the camera a little centered to the right, so there was a little bit more shoulder that I was showing maybe than road. So I'm getting there. We're all working on this together. This is a radio station that is doing a bunch of video. As you can see, at the YouTube channel, it's kind of skewed to the right there a little bit.
I can't look up again. I'm getting nauseous.
No, it's once you go through, it's almost idiot-proof as you see as you're going through it here on YouTube. I know, sorry, you guys can't see this at home on the radio. You just follow the lines. There's a Jersey barrier in the way. It's almost, you cannot do this wrong, but it will be kind of scary the first time you try it. So.
Check it out at mynorthwest.com. Stand by for an update on traffic, Chris, coming up in just a couple of minutes. 1 in 10 Americans is now a millionaire.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
The Swiss bank UBS says 23.8 million people in the U.S. have a net worth of at least $1 million, a 15-fold increase from 30 years ago. Each day, 1,000 Americans become millionaires, thanks largely to their rising home values and 401ks. But those 7 figures aren't what they used to be. As Michael Ashley Schulman at Running Point Capital Advisors puts it, $1 million is the new mass affluent middleweight class, financially secure, but 2 zeros short of private jet territory. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Beyonce has broken more records.
Beyonce's just-wrapped Cowboy Carter tour is now the highest-grossing country tour of all time. Live Nation says it brought in more than $400 million. It's also made Beyonce the first woman and American act to have 2 different tours that earned more than $400 million. The concert promoter says she's also become the highest-grossing black artist of all time and the highest-grossing R&B artist of all time. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
She can afford a private jet.
Well, it helps when her tickets were like $800 a piece. So
There's that
adds up pretty quickly.
It's 8:23. Time to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's watching things from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are hovering right around an hour and 20 minutes to get you from Linwood to Seattle or Bellevue. We have about 7-mile backups on both of those corridors as you try to make your way down out of Snohomish County. And this is all the result of the lack of express lanes on southbound I-5. They continue to be in the northbound direction, and we are looking at 99 being bumper to bumper coming down from Greenwood past Green Lake through Finney, the zoo, all the way down into South Lake Union. Lake City Ways caught up in this. 522 over the top through Lake Forest Park as well. Just it's not pretty, and so we are looking at heavy delays on that side of the lake as well as on 405. 522 is also jammed up trying to get to 405 because of the backup. Coming the other direction, Renton to Bellevue, we are running at about about 43 minutes, so not terrible. Across the lake, I-90 is up to 30 minutes because of this crash we've been dealing with just off the west tip of Mercer Island. It's really heavy there from the East Channel Bridge across the island, and then not terrible as you approach I-5. 520 is about 25 minutes. The Valley Freeway's trying to thin out, but it's still about 50 minutes. Still have an hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, even with those express lanes open already in the northbound direction. It's pretty thick from the beginning of Boeing Field on up through downtown, and the backup across the Ship Canal Bridge northbound starts right around Mercer, working your way up across 520. The drive Olympia to Tacoma's not too bad. Still working with this crash in Puyallup right there at Meridian coming off of southbound 167. So there's a kind of a nasty little backup right there. 18 over Tiger Mountain approaching the diverging diamond is not too bad. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial 97.3 HD2.
If you have to be stuck in traffic, at least it's nice out. Sunshine 84 for today. It's 64 right now. We might see some showers by Thursday. It's 8:24, and coming up on Seattle's Morning News, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold will break down the new trade deal between the U.S. and Europe here on KIRO Newsradio.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News. Weekday morning 6 to 9 on KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000. When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Seahawks Football Fest is back at Lumen Field, Saturday, August 2nd at 6 p.m.
Kick off your weekend with this exclusive practice in an evening full of football, family, and fun. Meet Seahawks legends, Seahawks dancers, and Blitz. Check out the gaming zone, face painters, live music, and DJ, and don't miss the autographed football toss. There's entertainment for all ages. Get an inside look at your 2025 Seattle Seahawks at Football Fest. Get your tickets at Seahawks.com.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry. Seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Search in the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 8:31. New polling numbers are out, and it is a tight race for Seattle mayor. Now we get a look at the numbers live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, the public poll that we're talking about shows it is a statistical tie between Mayor Bruce Harrell and challenger Katie Wilson. 33% of the votes for Harrell and 31% of people say they will vote for Wilson. Last hour, we told you how they both think about affordable housing, and it's an important issue to them. On policing, Wilson said that we have problems with policing in Seattle, and it starts with accountability. Harrell says crime is down, and he's building SPD back up to full strength. Now, to drugs and homelessness. Well, here's Wilson.
The drug crisis is not the same as the homelessness crisis, but they are very intertwined. And one of the things that we've seen with the current administration, unfortunately, is a total failure to expand our shelter capacity. If you're homeless and you are addicted to drugs, it is going to be well nigh impossible for you to fix that habit if you don't have the stability of shelter or housing.
Harrell and other candidates, they also joined us here on KIRO News Radio as well and shared. And here's what Harrell said about homelessness and drugs.
85% of all tiny homes in the county actually rest in Seattle. And that's not, we don't want anyone to have to always live in the tiny homes, but we've reduced the encampments by 80%, RVs by 50%. So if you look at the work, and this is not organic growth, this is intentionality, rebuilding a city.
So back to the poll conducted by the Northwest Progressive Institute. The next closest candidate is Joe Mallahan with 3% of the vote, and the three other candidates polled less than that. That said, 27% of people polled said they're still not sure who they're going to vote for. So plenty of votes out there. According to the poll, though, the big issues in this race you might expect: public safety, crime, affordability, being able to live in the city where you work, and homelessness. So my family, the Ducey family, voted last night. I sat my daughter down. A young voter got her perspective. New voter, 19 years old, college student. Homelessness is the highest on her list. Not affordability. That's because, Grayson, if you're listening, Mom and Dad pay for everything. We pay for everything.
You're on fire
that'll change.
today,
That'll change.
Enjoy it while it lasts, kid.
She will pay soon enough.
All right. We did invite all of the mayoral candidates to visit us here on East Lake. You can find those full interviews on our KIRO News Radio YouTube page or at mynorthwest.com. Boeing has announced its second quarter results.
Fourth quarter, it'll be positive. Give us a little bit of time,
It'll be positive.
That's Boeing CFO Brian West looking ahead in today's second quarter earnings call for Boeing. Boeing's latest earnings report does show signs of improvement, but with a loss of $611 million last quarter. That's less than half of what it lost a year ago. The company reported this morning revenue climbed to $22.75 billion, better than Wall Street expected. The boost came from delivering more planes, 150 in total, up from 92 last year. It's 8:33, and that's time once again to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's watching things at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
No real change on the board coming out of the north end. We still have an hour and 15-minute trip from Linwood to Seattle or Bellevue. I think we've settled into what we've got for the next couple of weeks until the construction project wraps up. For I-5, the brake lights begin right around Mount Lake Terrace, just south of the Edmonds exit, actually, and they go down through the U District. For 405, it's right there at Linwood down through Totem Lake. We do have a new crash to tell you about on northbound I-5, just north of the Kent-Des Moines Road. Coming up almost to 188th. It looks like the HOV lane and the left general purpose lane are blocked, and we're backed up pretty significantly. That's pushed us to about an hour and 15 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. So I'll be watching that one closely. Puyallup to Renton, about 50 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, about 45. Across the lake, we've got over 30 minutes on I-90 westbound because of the crash just off the Mercer Island tip there. As you get to the lake, 520 is running around 25 minutes. 18 over Tiger Mountain is a manageable 16. Haven't had to talk about it all day because it's doing really well. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast is absolutely gorgeous. We've warmed up to 64 right now. We're headed for a high of 84 in the sunshine. A few clouds roll in tomorrow. That'll keep us a few degrees cooler. But then Thursday, we do have a threat of seeing some scattered showers. Nothing major, a high of 77. For the big Seafair weekend, we'll rebound dry for the weekend with partly to mostly sunny skies and highs in the upper 70s. Again, right now in Seattle, it's 64 degrees.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
On Tuesdays, we check in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold for a look at the big national stories of the week. David, good morning. Lots happening with President Trump this week in terms of trade and also foreign policy. Bit of a distraction from some of the questions he's facing here at home. Let's start with a big trade deal announced Sunday with Europe. What is your analysis?
Well, this was a worse trade deal than Europe wanted. Europe wanted tariffs that would be in the single digits or maybe 10%, like the UK got at most. Instead, they realized that Trump was not going to go for that and ended up at 15. This is a situation where the nature of the EU, with so many different countries, with so many different agendas, some of them produce wine, some produce steel or cars, it made it really hard to get everybody on the same page, and it weakened their hand. So I think that this is a worse deal than they thought they were going to get, but this seems to be the new normal under Trump. These 15% tariffs is pretty common, even among U.S. allies.
Who's going to face the brunt of the tariffs more, the U.S. or European countries?
Well, I mean, it's going to be us, the U.S. taxpayers or U.S. consumers who are paying these tariffs. We're the actual ones who are going to pay more. That'll hurt European companies probably if there's less demand for BMWs or French wine. The bigger question is just whether this, creates the world that Trump wants. He wants tariffs because he wants there to be a comeback in American manufacturing, Americans to make more things and produce more things and sell them more overseas. That has not happened. It might take a long time to happen. In the meantime, what's going to happen is the prices are going to go up. So the political and economic repercussions of this, I think, are still really unclear.
What's in the hopper? Who's left for the U.S. to make a deal with before the deadline on Friday?
Well, India and China are the two big ones. China, I'm sure they're just going to extend the deadline again, probably to August 12th or something beyond that. India, it's a little unclear. Those are the biggest economies that haven't made trade deals. We had a good story today in the Times saying basically Trump has won this war in that he has gotten the trade world that he wanted. He broke up all these alliances, ended this world of pretty much free global trade, and is going to make a bunch of stuff cost more in the U.S. Like I said, the question now is whether the political and economic outcome of winning this war will be what he really wants.
And David, there was another big announcement from the president. He's shortening his deadline for Russia to make peace with Ukraine, now giving Putin just 10 days before he inflicts harsh sanctions on Russia. Do we know anything about those sanctions?
Well, there's a package of sanctions ready to go, basically, in the Senate that would be pretty harsh on Russia, even beyond what the U.S. has done so far. But Trump has basically held that up, first because he was so friendly to Russia, and then because he gave Russia this really long deadline, 50 days, to try to end or withdraw from Ukraine. The bigger question is, what is he going to do to arm Ukraine? Is he going to resume the flow of weapons and military assistance in the way that the Biden administration had? That's probably his greatest leverage against Russia at this point.
Has the Kremlin responded?
Only in this sort of typical blustery way. It's interesting to me that Putin basically had Trump in the palm of his hand, and then someone managed to screw that up. Or maybe he feels like Trump is a paper tiger, so it doesn't matter what Trump says. But it is really interesting to me that Putin had this incredible situation. The President of the United States seemed to believe him over the country he invaded, and now he seems to be losing that.
Chatting with New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold on another topic, the president is pushing back against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after Netanyahu claimed there is no starvation in Gaza. Help us sort this out.
Well, there is starvation in Gaza. We had a great story a few days ago about widespread starvation, especially among women and children in Gaza. It's an extremely bad situation there because the Israelis have kept aid from getting to many Gazans. So the question for Trump always is, how does it play on TV? What does it look like on TV? And now the images of starving children and mothers in Gaza have broken through. People have seen them. I think it's going to make it harder for him to stand with the Israelis completely in this situation. That said, he's let the Israelis take it to this place. He has been backing the Israelis to the hilt, helped back them not only in this invasion, but in the way that they've handled aid. So he's yet to really propose any sort of meaningful penalties on the Israelis, but maybe that is coming.
New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold. It is 8:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we got something unusual going. We got about a 5-mile backup now on northbound I-5 because of a crash getting up into Kent. We'll break it down for you next.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
It's 8:43 and time to check traffic once again. We do that every 10 minutes for you. And Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Our good friend Jay just driving through the I-5 corridor on northbound I-5 from 320th and Federal Way up past the Kent Des Moines Road. HOV lane and left general purpose lane are blocked for this crash. As you approach about 200th, not quite to 188th, and we're looking at about a 40-minute trip now from Federal Way into South Center. So that's behind schedule by about 10 minutes. You add that to the stuff at the north end, and we're running around an hour and 15 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is also running closer to 50 minutes, not only heavy up past 44th, but we have it right there from Coal Creek Parkway up into southeast South Bellevue. And across the lake, we're still working with this crash just off the western tip of Mercer Island, and so westbound I-90 is bumper to bumper from the East Channel Bridge really all the way across the island. It's going to take you about 35 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90, about 25 to 30 minutes on 520. Coming down from the north end, southbound I-5 continues to struggle. So does southbound 405 because of all the slowing that we have based on the express lanes being closed in the southbound direction for I-5. Still an hour and 15 to an hour and 20 minutes from Linwood to Seattle or Linwood to Bellevue. We have 99 bumper to bumper from basically Northgate all the way down into South Lake Union. Valley Freeway's trying to get better, not there yet at 50 minutes. And we're still working with a one-boat schedule on the Edmonds-Kingston Ferry. We've got a 2-hour wait on either side. The second boat should be getting back. We just had a lack of crew this morning. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, beautiful sunshine, 84, the high for today as the ships come in for Fleet Week. Partly cloudy tomorrow and 82. We might see a few showers here and there on Thursday, but drying out for Seafair weekend. Friday will stay cloudy, but no rain in the forecast, 76, and then partly to mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine, it's warmed up to 64. It's 8:45. KIRO News Radio Scott Carty is in for Katrina.
And as we mentioned earlier, we are remembering Dr. Gregory Jantz. He was a friend of KIRO News Radio. He was actually on with John Curley just a handful of days before he passed away.
He touched a lot of lives.
Yeah, on July 4th. I was just swapping messages with somebody who was impacted by him. His family is inviting the public to a public memorial this Saturday, and it's going to be 2 p.m. at Westgate Chapel in Edmonds. They're also going to do a live stream, and they just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that they could come and they could celebrate his life. He helped thousands through his center in Edmonds, and if the name isn't familiar to you, I guarantee you the face would be, because he would appear on ABC, CNN, NBC, everywhere. Just a positive, wonderful guy that his life ended tragically due to an accident at home. And that's coming up. So that's this Saturday, 2 p.m. at Westgate Chapel. And Katrina will be back tomorrow. We're going to welcome her.
Can't wait to see her. It's been
back.
a while.
Yeah, and I want to thank you guys for all the opportunities to be in here.
You've been a great addition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. It's 8:46, and coming up, Scott gears up for Seafair. His thoughts on all the festivities, including whether the Blue Angels are too darn loud. We'll get to that next here on Seattle's Morning News.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Start having fun. Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
It is 8:49. They're playing your song, G. Joining us from the G and Ursula show, which you can hear from 9 to noon right here on KIRO News Radio, and host of the Reset podcast, available on mynorthwest.com, is G. Scott.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Seafair weekend is coming up.
It is.
Thoughts?
And yeah, well, my homeboy, Mike Bible, just texted me, and he says, you guys must have been known I was going to come and talk about Blue Angels, because he says that the Blue Angels are too loud when he's home chilling. So right now, I've been seeing it online. There have been lawsuits because of cats happening out there when it comes to Blue Angels. I love Blue Angels, y'all. I can't help it. My dad was in the military. I went to military school for 7 years. And truthfully, it's really all I knew growing up. And let me explain. I know that when it comes to Blue Angels, that it represents kind of an uncomfortable truth that the United States as a military empire, if you will, in the world. And there are some left-leaning folks out here that might seek to eliminate the air show, whether it be because of noise like my homeboy Mike or pollution out there. But more importantly, they want to eliminate it because the consequences, and we know the military spending and the societal issues that continue to loom large. I get it. But the noise, and I actually wrote this down, the noise that the Blue Angels generate isn't just a nuisance. It's a reminder of a complex relationship between consumption, society, and militarism. For folks like me, unfortunately, I can't get enough of it. When I see Blue Angels, I think excellence. When I see Blue Angels, I think you being the best that you can be. By the way, the Marines used to say that. Well, that's because my dad used to tell me that, and my dad was a Marine. And also when I see Blue Angels, I think, and I'm reminded of my father. So while folks may want to cut out the Blue Angels, either way, the world around us remains kind of in a weird place where one person is now worth $405.6 billion, and we still have so many with no health care, no housing, and no food. So I know I might make some people upset, and they want to get rid of Blue Angels, but I'm sorry, y'all. I love it.
I say
give it all to me.
It's 3 days of noise.
A good noise. It's not fireworks noise.
I grew up here. It's not summer in Seattle without the blues. It's just my thing.
Yeah, and I'll say, you mentioned fireworks. Fireworks are a very stressful thing for dog owners, I know. Yeah. We live right next to the airport in Everett, and planes and jets, they don't bother my dog one bit. And so I'll watch those all day long. And yeah, as you said, man, the Blue Angels are a signal that like midsummer is here in Seattle.
Regardless of how you feel about it, it's kicking off with a Fleet Week. Today, the ships are coming into Elliott Bay.
And you know us Gen X kids, you know what I'm going to go do today? Since we're talking about this, I'm going to go watch some Iron Eagle, baby. If you know, you know. Lou Gossett Jr., baby. If you know about Iron Eagle, if you like the movie Iron Eagle and Top Gun, you are hearing someone say get rid of Blue Angels and you almost want to fight them.
All right, no fighting allowed.
You know what that kid had to do to rescue his dad?
Yeah, but come on now.
Come on, yeah. You know how he had to do that, listening to the music on his cassette deck on his thigh?
I'm having a Sully moment because I've never seen Iron Eagle, and I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, man.
But Amanda, when you get a chance, you got to go see it.
I'll go watch it.
There's 3 of them.
All right, G, thank you. Listen for the G and
Second
Ursula
been
show.
manageable. After that, I'm not sure, but the first one rocked.
It's 8:53. That's Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Queen on the soundtrack. Oh, yeah.
No
good
idea
stuff.
what you're talking about.
Oh, man. Good movie. Looking at the drive right now, we still are working with about a 15-minute delay on northbound I-5, getting from Federal Way on up past the Kent Des Moines Road because of a crash that's there right around 200th. HOV lane, left general purpose lane are blocked, and we've got about a 5-mile backup there. So it's an hour and 15 minutes still from Federal Way to Seattle, so that's kind of messy. Valley Freeway, really heavy in and around Highway 18 there. It looks like we might have a new crash just north of 15th Northwest, so we're still up at about 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about 50. The Lake Bridges, we still have that lime green VW Bug over on the right-hand shoulder just off of Mercer Island on westbound 90. Got about a 30-minute trip to get across the lake on both Lake Bridges. Coming down from the north end, still struggling on I-5, but the backup doesn't start till about 175th now. Hour and 10-minute trip from Linwood to Seattle. Hour and 20-minute trip from Linwood to Bellevue. Actually worse on 405 now. That bumper-to-bumper backup extends all the way down into Kirkland now, so that is UGLY. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast is very nice as we head into Seafair Week. Sunshine, 84 for today. We'll cool off just a little bit tomorrow as we see some clouds roll in. High tomorrow of 82. Thursday is the day we might see a few showers, mainly in the mountains, but scattered showers could make it to the lowlands as well. And highs in the upper 70s. For Seafair Weekend, it's going to be nice. Sunshine Saturday and Sunday, at least mostly sunny, and highs in the upper 70s. Coming up on the G and Ursula show, the latest comments from Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank have G shaking his head. I'll talk more about that coming up on KIRO Newsradio.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair